Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome to Sewing Street on Monday the 7th. Is it 7th? Yeah, Monday the 7th. It's like we're nearly there. We're nearly spring, aren't we? Daffodils are waving in my garden. And quite a nice day today. Anyway, we've got a great day for you. Well, didn't we have a brilliant birthday week? Oh, so exciting. We did so many things. We had brilliant guests in. Oh, it was just great. Yeah, the after party was fantastic. The balloons have deflated. But hey, we've just got loads of lovely new things for you. I know the balloons may have been deflated, but we are not. We have got some wonderful products for you. I'm quite excited by the early bird, actually. I'm just having a little play with these. So these are great. They look, so in your packet, the early bird special, you get 20 of these. Very strange things. And you think, what are these? What are they? They're called thread spool huggers. And they do what they say on the tin. I've got a few here for you. They're at a special price, obviously, because they're early birds. Now, I looked at these and I said, well, I don't know why I need one of these. Don't know. They're supposed to this point of it is to stop your thread unravelling. And I said, well, can't you just sort of clip it in the thing? And then I remembered actually that in my thread box, and even I've got a spool stand, all the thread comes off them all the time, even though I clip them in the little thing, which you can't do with reels like that. You can do it with these, but they still come off. So I had a little play, and actually I'm converted. And we've had some reviews. It's not just me. Oh, review from Tricia. Great little gadget and easy to use. So, Kat's favourite review. My wife rates them. Well, Robert, if your wife rates them, they must be fantastic. That's a brilliant review. I think that says it all, as long as my wife rates them. Yeah, ask the wife. She knows. So I thought, what is the point? So I've had a little play, and I can now see the point. So they open up like this. They're like little slugs, aren't they? If you put them flat, they're like a little slug. Anyway, and then you just put them, so as long as your thread end is in the middle, you just pop them around, and then they hold the thread in place. But they work for all different spool sizes. So if you've got a box full of thread and all of the ends get tangled, which is a nightmare, isn't it? They work. So look, here's a bigger spool. So all you do, pop your little thread hug around the middle. There you go. You get all different colours as well. You get blue, green, pink and orange. Look, even on the bigger one, so you know you've got your big thing and all the threads coming off, just wind it round quickly, pick up whichever colour you fancy, and it doesn't go all the way round, but it goes round even on the bigger spools enough to hold it. And there you go, all your threads sorted. Now you get 20 in the packet. Normally with us they're £9.99. Normally. They won't be £9.99, I can tell you. We have found them elsewhere for £8.99. That's on that, I think that might be that Long River place, £8.99. So we've got to beat them, haven't we? We've got to. If we're giving you an early bird, it's got to be a bit cheaper than that. How much can we have them for today? Price crashing down to £6.99. I mean, they are fab. You know how there's a lot of you buy multiples. I'm not surprised. I'd probably need about 4 packets of these. That's how much thread I've got. But even on my spool stand, when I put them there and I clip them in, I've still got loads of thread hanging down. You could even colour code your thread. So because you've got 4 different colours, so you could go, all my greens. Well, you could do it by colour, or you could do it on type. So, you know, when you've got all those ones and you think, you pick it up and you realise, oh, that's top stitch thread, or that's quilting thread. So you could have like special thread in one colour. You could have your 50 weights in another colour, or you could colour coordinate them by the colour of thread. But they are just fab. And even the bigger spools work, although they don't go all the way round. I am liking these. Oh, can we have yes, it is the after party of the birthday. So let's have another pound off. £5.99. So normally £9.99. So that's £4. Every penny and every pound taken off that we can on the thread spool huggers. But on that site we showed you, they're £8.99, and they are brilliant. Because I have to say, you know, I don't like promoting things that I think are a bit rubbish. And I had a go, and actually I'm a bit converted. Quite like these. But I do need 4 packets or more. I don't know, how do we all end up with so much thread? And do you know what's particularly useful is, you know, when your spool is almost empty and you can see the plastic through it, that thread definitely falls off. But you've got, you know, for hand sew, you can't really put that in your machine, but I keep all of those for hand sewing and that definitely falls off. So these are fab. Nice. Oh, there's on the thread stand. There you go, see? I've got one of those wooden ones, and that is exactly what my thread looks like, all hanging down, and I don't know why, because honestly, I do clip it into, I mean, not these spools, but these spools have that little bit, and it still comes out. But no, you can still get them all on the little thread stand together. See, they still lie next to each other. Good, aren't they? Nice, these. Nice little gift. Yeah, give them to someone who doesn't sew and they'll be going, can you imagine giving them out going, what is that for? Do you know, I bet, I'm going to have a think about this, I bet there's lots of other things you can do with them. You know, we like with the fabric clips. When I was on there last week, on Tuesday, I think, we were discussing all the things you could do with fabric clips. Loads of you sent me in things that I'd never even thought of. But I bet there's other things you can do with them. Not sure what though, but I bet they're very useful for things. If you have got the thread spool huggers and you use them for something else, let me know. message me in, because I think these are brilliant, and they retain their shape as well, because I've been playing with these for a bit and I've flattened them out, made them look like slugs and brought them back, and they come back again. Keep them all in a little pot. But they do come in a nice bag though, as in it's a resealable bag. So that's quite useful. You can keep them all in there if you haven't got them all on your thread, that is. So most of you, nearly everyone who has bought today is buying multiples, because I guess if you want to organise your thread, there's not many people who only own 20 spools. Well, I'm impressed if you do. I've got so many, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Spring clean, get it all organised, colour code it. But I would definitely colour code mine by type, because I'm constantly picking up. I've got top stitch threads and quilting threads. Until you pick them up and look, yeah, wrong one. I would colour code them that way. You could colour code new threads. Oh, you could have hours of fun with these. Message from Eileen. Morning all. These are so much fun and much better than elastic bands that I've been using. Well, I was thinking the other day, because I did, well, not the other day, I'd say the other month, I did sort all of my threads out and wound them all back, and I was thinking sellotape. But then, oh, that's so annoying, because you've got to then undo the tape of those. So better than elastic bands, because they're wider as well. And also because they will fit round, and they really work. Amazing. It's not often, is it, that these low-cost, inexpensive gadgets, not allowed to say cheap, low-cost, inexpensive gadgets actually work really well. Bit like the fabric clips that we had in last week. Yeah, I wish I'd invented these. Hey, these are the Dragon's Den, aren't they? And they all go, no, I'm not investing in that, because they have no idea how great they are. Please do keep checking out on them. They will only be reduced until midnight. Somebody's bought 7. Very impressed. I am impressed who's bought 7. That's called owning up to how much thread you own. But they will go back up to £9.99 at midnight if we've got any left. We have got quite a lot in stock, I have to say, because we knew they'd be popular, but a quarter of it's already gone. So if we've got any left, they will go back up at £9.99 at midnight. So if you want your fantastic £5.99, that's £3 cheaper than that really big website place. I think they're brilliant, aren't they? I thought they were those, you know, those reflective bands you get for slapping on your wrists. Tried that, doesn't work. Wires, what for? Oh, now that's a really good idea, isn't it? So, you know, when you get loads of cables that are all together, like behind your telly or whatever, and you need to put them together rather than using a cable tie, very good for that. Because actually, I have lots of cables on my desk. I've got like my screen, and I've got my phone, and all that. And just to move them all over to one side, where you don't want to permanently do it, be brilliant for that. And you could colour code. Thank you for your tip, Bev. I knew you lot would have a good idea. But you could colour code all your cables as well. Yeah. They could be my hairdryer, my straighteners, rather than his electric toothbrush, couldn't it? Yeah. And then, you know, when you go, I tell you what, they would be good for is your headphones. Because I found that I've got the air wireless ones just stopped working after a year. I've gone back to the old-fashioned wired ones. Work loads better. But I cable them up really carefully, and they still get tangled, but I could put those around them, couldn't I? Yes. If you have any more tips, let me know, because I will be buying 10 packets and I would like to know what to do with them all, as well as once I've run out of thread. Message from Carol. Morning. I bought 4. They look to be much better than those stretchy nets you can buy for the same purpose. I've not seen those stretchy nets, Carol. I've not seen those. They are, honestly, because I have admitted, I said to Kat this morning, why would you buy these? Why would I buy these? I can't see the point. And then I tried them. I went, all right then, I'll let you have that, because they are brilliant. And I bet you'll end up like the fabric clips that I use for putting on my tea bags and a coffee. Don't put them on your ears. I tried that last week and it really hurt. Have we got those in stock still? We nearly sold out them last week. They're really good. Amazing fabric clips. So I'd go fabric clips, spool huggers. My new fantastic gadget that I'm going to get some of these. Message from Bronya. They would be great to keep knitting needles in pairs. Yes, they would actually. Also, 5 DPNs. Yeah, so anyone who doesn't knit, DPN double pointed needles, where you know the needles that have points at either ends are used for knitting in the round or for hats and socks. And you've got your 5 and then you've lost the packet. Brilliant for keeping those together. Or put your crochet hook and your pair of scissors and your stitch counter all together with that. I just think we've got to move on. We could think of hundreds of things. Please do keep checking out, because they will go back up to £9.99, so get them while you can. Almost half price, not quite, but almost. Right, so coming up today on our post-birthday fantastic extravaganza, we've got designer fabric bundles. Oh, we've got some lovely ones, and a fabric that I've not seen before, a lovely one with Midsummer Night Dream quotes. Quite excited about that one. That's at 8 o'clock. Lovely bundles that we've put and collated together for you. You will really enjoy these. Then Suzie Duncan is with us. She has got a brand new quilt design. There it is. It's beautiful. It's called the Strip and Twist. Is it Strip and Twist or Twist and Strip? Strip and twist, because you strip it, then you twist it. This is one of the colourways. There are 3 different colourways. Brand new today. We're selling the instructions on their own, and they are selling very quickly. It's beautiful quilt, and Suzie assures me it's very quick and easy to do, so I'm looking forward to seeing the demonstration for that. We've got 3 different colourways, so if you prefer different sort, we've got a blue, lovely blue one actually, and a purple one. We'll show you that later at 9 o'clock, but the instructions, you can either buy the kit with the fabric or you can buy just the instructions on their own, and she's going to be showing us how to do that. 10 o'clock, it's all about the quilting tool. Got some really good gadgets and stuff, because we all need a new quilting gadget. Well, I do love a bit of a sucker for a gadget. So that's 10 o'clock, all about the quilting tool. Got any questions about quilting, cutting, patchwork, piecing, message me in, and between Suzie and I, one of us will hopefully know the answer. And if we don't, we'll send it out to you lot to give us, to who somebody will know. Any questions, let us know. 11 o'clock, oh, it's all about the 10-inch charm pack with Suzie is back. We have got an amazing book back in stock that flew out the last time we had it, which is basically a selection of quilts all using charm packs. And we have got, obviously, a whole big selection of different 10-inch charm packs. Anyway, Suzie has done a sample of every block in the book, and she's going to show us what the blocks look like, and she's going to give you a quick demo on how to do them. Loads of inspiration for the 10-inch charm pack. And at 12 o'clock, big drum roll, it's Yarn Lane Zippity-Doo-Dah. Now, so to avoid confusion, we've put all the products for today's Yarn Lane on the Sewing Street website on pre-order, just to make it simpler for you. We've got Helen in with us for Yarn Lane, Helen Ingram from Woolly Chic. Oh, lovely. Launch Yarn Lane with her, so I'm looking forward to see. I haven't seen her for a while. I haven't seen her since the birthday. So if you go to www.sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down. Now, there you can see that's the early bird. There's the lovely thread huggers. Then everything on pre-order are the things I haven't shown you yet, which is the majority of things. Scroll down, there it all is. So you can buy it ahead so you don't miss out. It's always a shame, isn't it, if you miss out. Oh, look, there's all the quilting tools. Got the glue pens back in stock, jolly good. Lovely backing fabric. There, more and more quilted. There's the Charm Quilts book. That's the one that's back in stock that we'd completely sold out of. Amazing value for money, $8.99 for 8 projects. Fantastic. And look, all the charm packs you would ever need. And there are all the Yarn Lane products. So Helen is with us with 2 brand new designs, knitting and crochet. Gorgeous. I think they're going to be lovely. Oh, and some of her scarves. We've got the lace blocking set. We've got the blocking pins. Oh, and we've got the circular stitch holder. Love that. Lots of Helen's yarn as well. So if you want to shop ahead, it just makes it simpler, because we know it gets a bit confusing swapping websites. So we've put it all onto the Sewing Street website. So if you want to get ahead, Helen, whenever Helen comes in, her kits fly out. So if you want to get ahead and just be able to watch the demo, go on to sewingstreet.com and then you will be able to buy it ahead then. Wow, fantastic. Let's talk fabric bundles. Can I do whatever word I want, or do you have a choice, Kat? Okay. Well, I'm going to go for the one that I was quite intrigued by this morning, because I haven't seen it before. Yeah, I'm going for the small one, only because I just love this fabric. Oh, can I just get my glasses? One moment. I've left them on the other desk. Sorry. That won't be able to see. Ta-da! I'm going for this little one because I think this is gorgeous. It's beautiful. Look at the bundle. So you get 4 fat quarters. You've got this beautiful plain, like peppermint green. Looks like peppermint cream green. Lovely geometric, well, sort of florally, more like all Art Nouveau print. Gorgeous floral print, and I love this spearmint background. And then you get the text print. Love a text print. Look, and it's all quotes for Midsummer Night's Dream. It's just the loveliest thing. It's the sort of fabric, it looks brilliant whether it's horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. It's lovely as a little accent. Brilliant to sort of use as labels on things. Are you sure that we are awake? It seems to me that yet we sleep, we dream. Love looks not with the eyes but with the mind, and therefore is winged Cupid painted blind. It's just lovely, isn't it? I know a bank while the wild thyme blows, where oxlips and the nodding violet grows. It's lovely. I've not seen this before. So that's why I've chosen this one. And it goes really, really well with the other fabrics in it. So I'm thinking EPP. That's what I would do with it. 1-inch hexes, make them quite small. Fat quarter of each. Make them into a very nice tablet case. That's what I would do with it. But I love this fabric. $13.99 for 4 gorgeous fat quarters, including this. If you buy multiples, they obviously all come pre-cut because they are a fat quarter pack, including my favourite fabric today, the Midsummer Night Dream fabric. There we go. So we've got another, where's that one gone? That one. Oh, not that one. This, the little one. This one. That was like the furthest corner. I've got another Riley Blake one here. So we've got a pale blue, very pretty that one. Got this gorgeous, look at that one. Isn't that lovely? Look at that match. Beautiful floral fabric. Then we've got a lovely pink floral fabric to go with it. And then the same fabric as this, but in this like a burnt orange colourway. Let me open that one. I think we need to open that one as well. So they look the same shape. $13.99, 4 fat quarters. Gorgeous, aren't they? All cut into fat quarters for you. Doesn't have to be EPP. I kind of always think that with, I'm a bit into EPP since we had Jenny Jackson on the other week. A bit obsessed with it at the moment. I've done loads. Just don't know what I'm going to do with them. And I've sewn them all together and now I've changed my mind. I've got to unpick them. I know, well, I put them all together and now I've decided I need to go more random. I was thinking about that this morning. But so many things you can do with fat quarters. You always think, oh, fat quarters is the front of a tote bag, isn't it? So 4 fat quarters is front, back and the lining with handles. Just so pretty. Lovely to just add to your stash to keep hold of. Very summery. Pretty. Love this one. Yes, put it in your stash because you know you'll use it. And it's a nice thing to gift as well. Tie it up with a piece of ribbon. Because it's things like that you have in your stash and then you realise you want to add pockets to your dress. Lovely pocket lining. Whatever. Yeah. You know when someone says, can you put a pocket in my jacket? Go, yeah, I'm going to do it with that floral fabric. I'm always doing that. I'm either mending jeans or putting pockets in. I should set up the pocket business. That one. That one. Oh, are we going like furthest and back one? This one. This is kaleidoscopically beautiful. Now this was brand new in for the birthday and it was so popular. Look, it's Free Spirit. It's designer. It's beautiful. Look at that. Adrienne Laban. Some of these fabrics are still available by the after. Oh, I tell you what, this is maxi dress, isn't it? If you could get it by the half metre. That is definitely maxi dress. I'm just going to move that one out of the way. So in this bundle, you're getting 6 metres because you're getting 12 half metres. Look at that. It makes me think of rock, all those twister lollies. Just fab, isn't it? Oh, it's all sort of inspired by sound and vibrations. But I tell you what, wouldn't it make a lovely binding? Because if you cut across the strip all the way along, and then I turn over to this side, obviously it's different colours, and then you joined it all together, Wouldn't that be like the most amazing binding? Because it'd be colour changing all the way along. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So that's that one. And there's another one. Look at that. That's beautiful, isn't it? It's that whole kind of kaleidoscope feel to it. So this is the Sapphire Celebration. It's kind of mosaic-y. It reminds me of like, you know, Barcelona. You know, with all the mosaics. It's beautiful, isn't it? Gorgeous movement in that one. And then we've got almost the same, but in monochrome. Yeah, this one's all monochrome. Yeah, there's not a... The next one has a little bit of colour on it. So this one is all monochrome. The next one is with a hint of mustard. Fantastic selection of fabrics, aren't they? Look at that. That's like your illusion quilt, isn't it? Beautiful, with all the accents of mustard and sand in the background. I love that. If you're thinking about doing quite a modern quilt, that'd be really good for that. You know, when you're looking for something that's a bit modern. But also, I quite like the fact that it's very swirly. There's so much movement in it. I'm thinking border of your quilt. So this one is a really lovely fuchsia pink cerise colour. You know, if you wanted a border on something, but you wanted to have a little bit of movement and depth to it, that's beautiful. You know, if you think like a 6-inch wide border, you could use that one. Got another one. Now this one, I was going to say was orange, but actually it's not orange. Look, it's every colour. Blue, green, moving to yellow. And then if I go over to the other half, let me hold it out like that and you can see. Look, whoa, that's amazing. Again, binding, cut it from selvage to selvage. You'll keep changing colour all the time. Join them all together. That is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Love that one. Not seen this one before. So some of these are available by the half metre. Have a look on the website if you want to see which ones. But in this one, this is all the fat quarters, half metre, sorry. Same print, but in green. This is very maxi dress, isn't it? Oh, this is just fantastic. I love that one. That's gorgeous. It feels really 70s, doesn't it? It's all swirly and wonderful, purples and oranges. It makes me think The Good Life, Margot Ledbetter. She'd have had a dress in that, only it would have probably been in nylon. It'd have been... Yes, this is quilting weight cotton. This is not Margot Ledbetter nylon, but she would have definitely had a dress in that. Oh, didn't you just love The Good Life? And she used to come into these amazing glamorous parties, and Barbara would be there in her dungarees. Got the same black and white, but this one we've got a bit of colour in it. So we've got black and white, which moves into red, and then orange, bit of yellow there, all sort of colours. This is a fantastic selection. If you love this fabric, these fabrics, this is a wonderful bundle because you are getting 12 of them. It's called the Spirit to Create. Then we've got the same one but in shades of green and blue and yellow. Same as the other one, but it's greens and blues and yellows. Look at that. Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it? I think it's amazing, isn't it? Because it just sort of swirls and changes, and then you've got yellow in that. I wonder how that moves on to the next one if you buy it by the metre. Like this one. See, it's funny, they all go together, obviously, but they're all quite different. Look at that one. That's mad, isn't it? Yeah, it's like some kind of... Yeah, that's Willy Wonka's whirly tunnel into the chocolate factory. It's just fantastic. I absolutely love that. But when you think of borders and bindings and things, it works so well like that. But also it's really good value for money because it's got so many colours in it. So if you've got it and you've got a bit left over, being as I'm obsessed with EPP at the moment, imagine all the different colours that you've got and prints in here. If you were doing just half square triangles, you could just buy this one and you would have a whole completely different look. Lot of you have got this. That one's called Mardi Gras. If you want to, if you want to find it, if you want to see which ones we've got by the half metre, search on. See on the screen it says BioGeo2. Search on that, and you will see which ones we've still got available. If you want the Margot Ledbetter maxi dress, and then this one, different again, but shades of blue. So it's lovely. There's a lot of you who've got this in your basket. If you want it, you need to check out, otherwise somebody else will take it. It is a fantastic bundle, $94.99, and you get 6 meters. Morning, what time will the pool fabric bundle be on? What do you mean, Nikki, by the pool? Oh, do you mean the one with the pool balls? If that's the one, let us know, because that is on at, is it 11? But we can bring it forward and show you if that's the one that you're talking about. Or are you talking about swimming pool? And then I don't know. I thought it said, what time's the pool open? I thought, well, I don't know. Oh, I get to choose now. Oh, hang on, I'm just going to fold these up. I'm going to choose, oh gosh, it's too difficult, isn't it? Oh, the brown. Yeah, that's next to me. This is the one that I'm going to choose. I love this. I really want to dress. Let me just put these. I'll put it on the next shelf. We'll get confused later otherwise. These, I really want to dress in these. This is Moda Through the Woods. These are all fat eighths. Let me show you what that looks like. So a fat quarter is half a metre cut in half, and a fat eighth is a fat quarter cut in half. So basically it's a half a metre cut into 8. So that's what it looks like. So it's 10 by 22 inches, approximately. Depends on the fabric width, but it's about 10 by 22 inches. So you get fat eighths in here, which is great when you only want a little bit. If you're doing EPP, FPP, a little bit of applique, or do you think a patchwork dress would be too much? Because I love all of these. I think a patchwork dress, see, look, so you've got the shades in it are Dijon, light Dijon, dark Dijon, cappuccino. Brilliant for your EPP. I know, told you I'm a bit obsessed. This Jenny Jackson's new Facebook group, Scrappy Hexy Fun. Oh, it's mad. We've got about 700 members now. And everyone, it's great. Yes, Kat posted hers. So if you want to join our fantastic Facebook Scrappy Hexy Fun, it's brilliant. It's great. But aren't these brilliant? You've got acorns, large chrysanthemums, oak leaves, but the shades, this is sort of a brownie, I would say a brownie grey. I think they're very classy. You know when you see the National Trust, you get those little posh boutique shops in nice places, and you see all these homeware made from things. This is those colourways, isn't it? It's absolutely lovely. And it's very autumnal in a way, because look at all the trees. This one, it was at the pool fabric bundle. This one's got owls on it. So it's lovely for the print. Loads of these, unfortunately, have sold out by the half metre, but these have already been cut. So you get a little bit of everything. There's another owl one, but that's like the darker one. Lovely leaf print. Really good for applique. If you wanted to layer leaves, beautiful for applique. Like this one, it's got moons on. That's a nice spot, isn't it? I love a spot. Bit of a sucker for a spot, but I like that because it's an irregular spot. It's more of a splatter than a spot. Like that one. Oh, got a message. Message from Lynn in St Ives. Hi, Rebecca. Oh, right. Message from Lynn in St Ives. Oh yes, when I mentioned, she asked me about my craft-related fiction, because I've been on at them, those people in the office, for a while about we should have a book club, because I read a lot of craft-related fiction, and a lot of them said, is that even a genre? Yes, of course it is. Well, no, I don't know whether it is or not. It should be called Stitchlit. So it's basically fiction, but it's based around something to do with craft. And there's loads of them I read. My favourite one is The Sewing Machine by Natalie Fergie, which is about a group of some people who had this sewing machine, and then it goes back in time to the people who worked in the factory that made it, but there's loads of them. Lots of you then messaged in and said you'd love to join the book club, so I'm working on it, guys, I'm working on it. The Sewing Machine by Natalie Fergie, highly recommend that one. When I was working on Simply Sew magazine, Molly Makes, who was on the desk next to me, they had a review copy and signed by the author, and they gave it to me. Very impressed. The Elm Tree collection is a really good one. There's another one called The Invisible Thread. That's lovely. I will at some point, I will put together a list of them. We should have a book club though. Elm Tree. I don't know, I can't remember who it's by. The Golden Thread. Now that isn't actually fiction. It's the story and the history behind Thread, but written in a fiction kind of way, so it's actually really easy to read. I know I will create a list at some point and I'll decide what I'm going to do with it, but I read loads of it. The Runaway by Tracy Chevalier. That's all about the English who go over to America and they're making quilts. It's all to do with the runaway slave, but it's also tied up with early sort of pioneer quilting. That's just off the top of my head. Anyway, so anyone else who loves Stitchlit, I've started reading Knitlit as well, because there's loads of that. I don't really think it is a genre. Maybe I should create one. So look at that. Look at that. $37.99 for 20 fat eighths. That is a beautiful patchwork lap quilt, isn't it? That would make your house look like Airbnb boutique. Loving that. Message from Jill. Morning. Fantastic birthday week of guests, wasn't it? Presenter fun and products spent far too much. I'm in scrappy hexy fun. So yeah. It's lovely. We've got all of our customers on it, so we see what you do. And loads of you going, oh, do you think I've gone too random? No. Well, I've decided I've sewn mine together, not random. I'm going to unpick them because I've decided so many people have sent pictures in of their random hexies. Anyway, if you're watching Jenny's got COVID. She was just off to the post office. She's got COVID, so I hope you get better soon. Morning, Rebecca. This is my wall hanging I made with the Geo fabric from Geo. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, that was the one that I really liked, wasn't it? That is, I'll get it back off trolley. You've made it with this one. Is it this one? Yes, it's this one, isn't it? Don't you think it's made with this one? Beautiful, Jill. Thanks for sending that in. That is gorgeous. It's nice to have some inspiration, isn't it, to actually see things finished. Put that back on trolley. So that was gorgeous. Loving that one. You can choose next, Cat. Oh, the pool fabrics. Nothing to do with swimming pools. These are, can I open it? Brand new. Right. This, yeah, thanks for asking, Nikki. We got you. It wasn't the swimming pool timetable. I thought it was going, what time's the pool open? I don't know. So this is for the sports people, indoor sports people in your life. It's a charm pack. There are 42 10-inch squares. So you've got pool balls. Aren't they great? Brilliant. And I'm not going to say it anymore. Brilliant for EPP. Of course, I'm going to keep saying it. But little bags, little gift bags. So we've got pool balls. We've got cards in different colours. We've got chess pieces and, well, I presume, well, actually, maybe they're not chess pieces because they've got die as well, dice. So maybe they're like Ludo pieces or something like that. I'm not sure. So we've got that one. That's my favourite one, the marbles, because imagine that one cut up in, you just get this kaleidoscope of colours. I love that one. I mean, obviously, brilliant for a bag of marbles. If you had to make little party bags for a party, kids would absolutely love these, wouldn't they? Or I'm thinking, you know, you want to make a quilt to take out like as a, you know, a picnic blanket or something that you can take out in the car. Or if you want to make a quilt, I mean, I used to say men or teenagers. Why? It doesn't have to be that, does it? But if, you know, it is a bit more masculine, I guess, you can just sew them all together. It's quite good fun, isn't it? well, it's not floral, is it? We've got dominoes in green and red, and we've got, I like that one, bit 3D, isn't it? I like that's nice, that one. So we've got that one, black with white dice and green. And then we've got black with red ones. There's more than one of each as well, which is quite useful. So if you wanted to do a set of things, that's your flag, isn't it, for the end of the race? Or it's the chessboard. And then the same one in black and red. Really unusual, really unusual. It's one of those fabric bundles that, you know, you either love it or you don't, but we see so many fabrics in the same sort of theme. It's quite nice. It's quite refreshing to see something a little bit different, isn't it? Love that one. Hope that was the one you wanted, Nikki. Pool balls are us. Brand new, $42.99 for 42 10-inch squares. I'll put that back on trolley. This one. Right, these are 5 separate fabric bundles. And the common theme of these is cats dropping the price. That's the only connection they have. But she's dropping the price. Le Leaf, is it Welsh? Leaf dance. Because when you have 2 L's, it's leaf dance. But it's actually leaf dance. Leaf dance should be $27.96 for 4 half meters. But no. Cat's in the house. We've got black with leaves. It is £22. Whoa. So we've got the black with the leaves. This one is lovely because look at the background, same leaves, but it's like a marbled layer, citrine green background, beautiful. Same in orange. So we've got that one. Now that is a special cat price, and that cat price will only be available till midnight. And then this one, which is slightly different, part of the same collection, but I just wanted you to see the whole thing. I'll turn it around. It's patchwork. Look, we've got the maple leaf in patchwork. We've got beech. Is that a beech leaf, I think, in checkerboard? We've got apples in patchwork. Gorgeous. Not many of these leaf dance fabric bundles available. So if you want the special cat price of £22, that will only be available till midnight. Right, I will put them away carefully. Right, next one, knitting. Knitting, look at this one. Lots of you already checked out. I'm not surprised. I love this one. Special price, special cat price. $25.96. We've got knitting, look, we've got knitting on needles. We've got a sleeve bean, knitted socks, balls of yarn. Another lovely one, scissors and pins and needles and hearts. All sorts of spiky things. We've even got stitch holders for knitting and crochet in there as well, and crochet hooks. Oh, I like that one. And look, we've even got a knitting needle thread guide. This works out as $5.50 half meter. Brilliant for your knitting or your crochet bag, or really good for lining something. So if you've crocheted a bag, you think it's a bit holey and you need to line it or knit it, this is absolutely perfect. This one, it's all fair owl charts. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I love that one. I need to just open that one a minute so you can see it properly. Just a quick look. I'm not allowed to open them up. And then this one is cats and wool. Cats and yarn all over. So that's your knitting and crochet themed. Loads of you putting in baskets. If you're a knitter or crochet, this is ideal for making your storage bags or for lining things. That cat price of £22 will only last until midnight. It was our 22nd deal of £22, but we've just pinched it, so we won't be allowed to do it again. So that's your special deal, but that will go back up again. Next one, blue. I've got to go through these quickly because they're special prices. Look at that one, lovely sort of blue and white, like a delft, but a leafy print. Like that, that's nice. Really beautiful sea blue, white flowers. Lovely same colour background there, but with lovely pink blooms and blue leaves, and then the same. So these are a matching fabric, but they've got more of the green. So the whole thing is from the same fabric collection. It's the Morgan Blue Floral Fabric Bundle, 4.5 metres. Was £27.96. Now is special price today, and today only £22. Will go back up again at midnight. So if you love the Morgan Fabric Bundle, £22 for 4.5 metres. 2 to go, 2 to go. Oh, now this is the same as the little one that we had earlier. I like this one, the Riley Blake one. So you get that lovely floral one. This should be £29.96, almost £30. Not all the same as I had in that smaller pack. I like the orange stripe. Looks really nice. I like the sort of the floral and the stripe together. Really nice kind of mosaic, like tile print. It's all from the same fabric collection, the Riley Blake Heart Song. So you know that the colours and prints all go together beautifully. Again, £22 for this one. We'll go back up again. Please go quick. We haven't got that many of them, and the price will go back up if we do have any left. But that's the Riley Blake Heart Song Fabric Bundle. And one more of our special price. We do need a bit of a deal after that birthday extravaganza, don't we? Oh, now this is pretty. Look at that lovely, fresh spring green. Makes me think of garden pea green, petit pois, frozen petit pois green. And then you've got orange, and that is the same fabric collection, so it goes together really well. So the orange picks out it's a peachy orange. Then you've got this gorgeous turquoise, which picks out the turquoisey points of that. And then you've got this one as a lovely floral as well. Let me put them in sort of order, like that. That's lovely. Again, £22. That price will go back up again at midnight. Enchanted Garden should be £27.96. What a saving. What a saving. Cat was wrong. No. One more. One more. Oh, this is nice. Now, if you love navy and white, which I do, this is perfect. This is from the Gingham Foundry. This should be £29.96, but it's navy. It's not white. It's a pale grey. I love a navy and a pale grey. We have got less than 10. A lot of you have been buying this on pre-order. So you get the navy with the little grey flowers. You've got an ivory background with this lovely sort of bluey grey. That's the same. We've obviously got, let's find the picture on the web. We've obviously one's missing. That's lovely, isn't it? You've got lovely, I like the white, the grey flowers in that, and because it's got a hint of mustard. Ah, that's the one we're missing, is the gingham, and those are the ones you'll get. We've just been sent the wrong one. Those are the 4 you'll get, but that gingham actually really ties them together. I love a floral and a check and a stripe. So you've got, and that gives you both, doesn't it? You've got the gingham, you've got the open floral, the big floral, and the tiny one. That's a lovely collection. Oh, we got everyone talking about books. Yes, I am going to do the book club. I might just do it myself, but then I could do it here. I would love a book club, and I would join. I'm currently reading The Sewing Machine. It's brilliant, isn't it? I love the Huguenot Chronicles too. Oh, I haven't read that one. I have to remember that one. I know The Sewing Machine is lovely. Book club, a great idea. Elm Creek series by Jennifer Shivriani is a great series, and I've read most of them from Patton Southern. They are brilliant, aren't they? I love them. Love them. Count me in for a Stitch Lit book club. Fabulous idea. Love the birthday week shows. I spent too much, but I don't care. Fabric makes me happy. Makes me happy as well. It does. You know, when I come in the morning, I go, oh, I love that. I love that. So, yes, it is. And what's wrong with a bit of Stitch Lit? I love it. And it's nice to be able to talk about it to other people as well who do it. Maybe I just set up my own book club. That one. That one. Oh, this is a pretty one. And anyway, you can never spend too much on fabric, ever. This is, what's it called? Scented Garden. Oh, now look at that. I'm a bit of a hydrangea. So my front garden is full of white hydrangeas. So I love these. I've got white ones and pink ones, but that's beautiful. Oh, I like that. Very fresh and pretty. Then we've got the same flowers, but on a nice grey sort of bubbly spotty background, but all in little circles. Wouldn't these be brilliant for applique? If you were doing like a Dresden plate or something and you needed a circle to applique in the middle, perfect. Love that. Message from Jan. Morning, I'm reading The Patchwork Girls by Elaine Everett. The Patchwork Girls? No, The Patchwork Girls by Elaine Everett. Book club, please, from Jan in Shaftesbury. Well, I'm definitely going to do it. Working on. I've been on them for ages. If they don't do it, I'm going to do it myself. We could have a little reading. We're moving studio soon. We could have a new reading corner, couldn't we? You lot would have to join me. I don't think anyone in the office would be interested, so you lot can all join me instead. We'll read them together. This one is like postcards. Look, love letters. Aren't they nice? I was trying to see which way up there. They'd be lovely to cut out individually, but just a beautiful fabric. I love this. Look at these shading and the shadows on that hydrangea. That's a lovely one. Oh, look, there's text. Love the text. Text fabric. That'll have to go into my text fabric collection. Oh, it's all postmarks. And then the last two are plain, but they're not plain. They're mottled, marbly fabric. So we've got a pink one, pink hydrangea, purple hydrangea. Then we've got a nice green text, and then the postcard one, and then the bubbly one, and then the all over beautiful one. That's a makeup bag, isn't it? How I feel. Look at those. 44.94 for 6.5 meters of fabric. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Please do keep checking out for that. Lots in baskets. But if you don't check out, you know what happens? Somebody else steals it. Well, not quite, because they actually pay for it. But can I do that really big one? But we've got to do it really fast. But this is fantastic. It is a mega, mega bundle. T with B, £172.27. There are 12 metres in here. Half a metre is free. So if you are making a full double king size bed quilt, this is absolutely perfect. All the fabrics go together because they're the same collection. I'm going to do them quickly because I haven't got long left. Black and white geometric. You've got a grey honeycomb, a peach floral. And these colours, all the colours, although they're very different colours, they are all the same tonal value, so they all go together. You've got a beautiful olive, you've got an olive with bees on, and then you've got a big feature floral print. A nice, so it's not black, it's a charcoal. So the charcoal is, you see what I mean, how it goes? The charcoal in the centre, the poppies, which is picked out in here. Oh, quicker, I can't go any quicker. Then we've got like a lovely tealy blue geometric and floral. And then we move into the mustard honeycomb. Love this one. Teacups. Absolutely love that one. But can you see how this colour's going together? I'm going to have to start a new row. Then we've got a nice wildflower one. I know it's called T with B, but they're not T. I think that's the only one I've seen so far. But aren't they gorgeous? So if you want to make a beautiful quilt, or you just love them and you want them in your stash, but this is what I would do with them. I would... make a quilt, maybe something like a log cabin because you have got a mixture of darks and lights, or just simply pinwheels would look absolutely fantastic because they all go together. Love the teacups. I think I might take the teacups out and use them for something else. Nearly there. Then we've got bees, we've got a lovely coral honeycomb, a peach small floral. We've got that poppy design again with the charcoal background. We've got yellow bees and we've got pink teacups. All of that, £172.27. If you want to spread the payments, you can get it on split pay. Is that three? 3 payments of £57.42, but you will get it sent straight away. Half a metre is free. I reckon it's that one because I love that one. Did I make my dress? I didn't actually. I bought my dress. I bought this one, but actually I wish I had a pattern for it because I've also got it in turquoise. So I wish I had a pattern because then I could make another one. But it's really comfy and it's got big pockets. I love a pocket. I wish I did, but no, I bought it. It's new though. It's new. It is new. A big one. Okay, big fat quarter bundle. I've just got to move this out of the way. One moment. Now, if there's any bundles we haven't got to, which we won't get to all of them, just have a look on the website because they're all on there. Pretty, very, very bright, pretty one. Look at that one. That's your mustard wildflower garden with a nice little sort of daisy tile effect in yellow and also in orange. Like this one. This one actually is worthy of being opened up. It says, stitch on. I love my stash. And it's all embroidery stitches. You've got herringbone stitch and you've got cross stitch and you've got lazy daisies. Like that one. Beautiful. Bit of embroidery. Be nice to embroider over that one. In a lovely jadey green. Super zesty pink. So this is the Heather Peterson Indigo Garden. Now, this is all from the same collection. So you see how all the colours run together. So where you've got the bright pink there, that's picked out in the little spots on here. And the orange. We've got that same gorgeous stitchy fabric in navy. And then we've got lovely mustard. Again, you see that's picked up in those two as well. And then we've got, I'll put them that way now because I can't go any further down. Orange wildflowers, lovely blue rose, mustard one and there. So you've got a lovely colour theme of, this is bright, bold summer. Nothing pastel about that one. Right, we've got to move over to the other set. Oh, have we got, oh, a little treat has moved onto my desk. Right, one moment. No. There we are. Oh, I love this one. Now, we had this one on Tuesday with Amanda Little. This is a gorgeous quilt. Let me show you the quilt. Can I show you the quilt? This is gorgeous, guys. Oh, this has been won as a prize. So I'm just going to show you before we put it in the post. Can you see? I can't see because it's full of it. Anyway, beautiful quilt. There are so many fabrics in here. 28 fat quarters and 2 fat eighths. And it's very simple to do. You just make lots of squares and then repeat it. The instructions are simple. The fabrics are beautiful. They are all William Morris, but they are designed. They come from the works of William Morris and May Morris, his daughter. Should be $149.99. Oh, are we going to open it? Okay, there's the instructions. Really simple. There's only 2 pages. That shows how easy it is. All the fabrics, that's a lot of fabric you get in there. Now, we don't sell this fabric by the half metre. We've only got this as a kit. This is the only way you can get these fabrics. So if you just want the fabric and you've got a different design idea, that's fine. So we are reducing it today to $139.99. We don't have many of them left. These are the last few. Right, so everyone who's got this in their basket at our special price, if everyone checks out, we are in single figures. And this is a special price today, $139.99. That means if you want to spread the cost, we've got it as equal 3 split payments of $46.66. The first payment comes out of your account now. You're sent it straight away. You don't have to wait to pay the other 2. So you can spread the payment. When you check out, though, you can choose. You don't have to do it that way, but that's entirely up to you. Look at what you get inside. It's beautiful. Gorgeous, gorgeous. William Morris, May Morris fabrics. I mean, you know the William Morris colour palette. It's beautiful. Tealy acantha shades. And you've got cream, you've got that lovely lemon print. Look at the blue. There's so many fabrics. I mean, even if you even get the binding fabric, which I think is lovely because it's the perfect shade of tan that goes over everything. You've got the border fabric, and then all of these are used for the patchwork. Absolutely gorgeous. All of the fabric is from the William Morris Orkney collection. So it's inspired by nature and the seasons of Orkney. That's the colourways, but it is absolutely gorgeous. If you've checked out on yours, congratulations. $139.99. We are in single figures. And it is absolutely beautiful. The finished quilt size, 150 by 170 cent. Oh, it's 152 by 173 on there. Congratulations to the person who's won this. We will post it now we've shown it on air, but this is your quilt and it is gorgeous. We love it. 7 of you have this in your baskets, and that isn't enough to go round. So quickly, it's in your basket. Please do check out, because I would hate for you to miss out. It is stunning, and it is the only way that from us you can get this collection of fabrics. And it's been cut into the pieces to make it most economical. If you had to buy the fabric yourself to make this, it would cost a lot more, because you wouldn't be able to buy it in this. 1st of March, it was on Sewing Street. Amanda Little demonstrated it really well, because it's quite simple to do, but she demonstrated it beautifully. So watch it on YouTube if you've bought the kit. But congratulations if you checked out. What a lovely present for me. Yes. But if you missed out on the birthday week, what a beautiful thing. But there are a lot of you with it in basket, so please do check out. Those of you checked out and who have it flying to you, share your photos. We'd love to see your finished quilt when you've done it. It is an heirloom quilt. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, the quilt is fantastic, isn't it? Look at it. Look at that. All you have to do, the only thing that you have to do is work out what's going to be light and what's going to be what you're going to pair together. That's the only decision. Everything, all the other decisions are taken for you, because it's all the instructions. You just have to choose. Or you can just copy the photo and not make the decisions at all. And look at that lovely border fabric. And you see what I mean about the binding? They put that, it's really nice to put that in, because quite often you don't have that. And it's quite hard sometimes to choose the binding. That's all included for you. At 10 o'clock, we have got some beautiful extra wide quilt backing fabrics. Beautiful, and one of my favourites ones there. So in this kit, you get everything for the front and the binding, but obviously you need to put your own backing and wadding on. But it is just beautiful, isn't it? It's lovely, isn't it? It's, you know, sitting by the fire, wrapped up in it. Just hang it over the back of the sofa. 9 of you have this in your baskets. We don't have enough. So if all of you in your baskets want to check out, we don't have enough. And you know what will happen is that even if it's in your basket, somebody else could go in and get it, and I don't want you to miss out. And I do understand that it's a considered purchase, but it's fantastic value to money to own your own William Morris quilt. Well, 5 left. 5 left, 7 in baskets. 2 of you are going to miss out. 4 left, 4 left. 4 left. It's gone. It's gone. Quick. But if you fancy some, but still want a little bit of William Morris in your house, how about some coasters? Why not? I love these. Look. And why not? And we do these because we know you love William Morris. Aren't they gorgeous? 1, 2, 3, 4. Very National Trust gift shop, aren't they? $14.99 for a set of 6. And it's got the Strawberry Thief, which is my favourite one. All the acanthus leaves, very William Morris, aren't they? 3 quilt kits left. Oh, quick, quick. Only 3 of you are going to be able to get them. You need to check out, quick, because they are gorgeous. But if you want just a little touch of William Morris in your life, set of 6 coasters. Last few chances, only 3 left. But these are lovely. Have them in your craft room. Just bring them out for when your friends come round. Oh, they're really nice, aren't they? I like these. Actually be quite good for sort of weights as well, holding your fabric down. Quite like them. But I like the Strawberry Thief one. Nice though. And they come in a little gift box as well, like this. So if you're thinking present, remember it's Mothering Sunday on the 27th of March. If you're thinking you need a little gift, they come in a nice little box, easy to wrap, with William Morris written on them. Set of 6 coasters. Do keep checking out for these. Loads of you have got those in your baskets. So if you want those very quick, you'll get them in time for Mothering Sunday. Perfecto. We still have 2. There are 2 quilt kits available. Only 2, and 9 of you have it in your basket. So 7 of you are going to miss out because we only have 2 left. We won't be getting them back. So congratulations to all of you who've checked out. Remember, there's only 2 left, so make it quick if you want to be one of those 2 people. I'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time with Suzie Duncan and her brand new quilt design, and we've got 3 different colourways for you. So don't go anywhere. We will see you back soon for a beautiful patchwork and quilting hour.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Harrison. I live in Bromyard in Herefordshire with my 3 children and my dog. I've been sewing for over 30 years. I first started at school. We always did lots of sewing, and my mum used to sew at home as well, so that's where my love of sewing has come from. My background is in costume, as I'm sure you can see, and I make for film and theatre and TV. I've worked on films such as Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, Evita, James Bond, and theatre work. I've done things like Mary Poppins, Guys and Dolls, Prince of Egypt. I've also worked for the Royal Opera House and the Royal Ballet. When I worked at Angels, I was lucky enough to meet lots of film stars. They're all walking around the building and in fittings. And some of the people that I bumped into and met were Sir Richard Attenborough, Hugh Grant, Imelda Staunton, Juliette Binoche, and I even got in the lift with Christopher Lee. And that's where I met the lovely John Scott, which obviously you all know. I'm really pleased to be joining Sewing Street. I can't wait to see you all.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Right. Welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, I was chatting about threads to Suzie. Oh, congratulations. If you got your William Morris quilt, it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Congratulations to all of you. Please send us a photo of when it's done. I was just chatting to Suzie about organising threads, and I said mine are just all a bit random, but hers are all really organised. We've got a brand new quilt design, the strip and twist. Let me show you the instructions. Strip and twist quilt from Suzie today. Here's a photo of it. When it's the photo of it has been It was hanging behind me in the last hour, and we will show you in a minute. We've got this lovely, we've got 3 colourways. This has got that lovely, if you were watching in the last hour, it's got that lovely Midsummer Night's Dream quote fabric in it. And it's not just in the white, it's in the purple as well. So look at the fabrics. So this is just a small, it's not, obviously the full quilt is bigger than this. This is a small sample. In your kit, you get full instructions written by Suzie, so therefore they totally make sense. Full of all of her expert instructions with walkthrough photos, everything you need, brand new today. You also get 5 metres of fabric. Now in this kit you get, this is Riley Blake, you get this gorgeous Midsummer Night's Dream quote fabric in this shade of, I would go like a deep mulberry. Mulberry's a good word.
Yeah,
yes.
mulberry's definitely
thank
the
you,
word
Kat.
I
Good
would
word.
use.
Mulberry. I couldn't quite get I was thinking like blackberry when it's still red. You know?
Okay. All right.
Half a
No,
metre
I'm
of that
going with
one.
mulberry.
Mulberry's
Yeah.
nicer.
Mulberry's good.
Half a metre of mulberry in the floral. A metre. Then you get this. Now the green is lovely. I think that's like spearmint. I feel. Do you think
Yes.
that's spearmint?
Yes.
Yeah, we can have spearmint
Yeah.
in the floral. Half a metre of that. Then lovely, really soft, like antique rose print, rose colour. But it has got a tinge of green to it as well. And then you get half a metre of this really big full bloom. Gorgeous. That mulberry, you get that one in an ivory background. Look at the collections, gorgeous, half a metre. Then we have my favourite, the Midsummer Night one, half a metre. And then you get a metre of this one, because this one's used for the border.
Yes.
It's like little daisy, there's probably a name for that flower.
So it's almost.
What do you think they are?
Well, they look like forget-me-nots.
Yeah,
but
a
in
bit
white.
like forget-me-nots, but in white.
Yeah.
So that's your pack. 5 metres of fabric, all of that, and the instructions. Beautiful designer Riley Blake fabric, $17.99.99. The quilt finish size is 60 by 74 inches.
Yeah, it's huge.
Nice. It is really big, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
double, single, either.
Yeah. And you can, you can
Gorgeous.
scale it down as well.
You know,
if you
obviously
want
you don't need to
a
make it that
smaller
big.
size, you can.
If you want a smaller one, but you've got a
Yeah.
lot of fabric there. So if you're thinking, I want to make a quilt, this is a beautiful colourway. Let me move the fabrics off so you can see. It's obviously not the whole quilt, because Susie's just done a smaller sample of this. Isn't it beautiful? But you can see how well it works. The colours are lovely together.
I think it would make that colourway particularly would make a lovely picnic blanket for the summer.
It would, wouldn't it? Oh, yes.
And then if you just put a waterproof fabric on the back.
Gorgeous.
But if you're doing the red and blue colourway, if you're having a Jubilee
Jubilee.
that would just be amazing.
So the red and blue, that's the one that's behind Suzie. Again, you get the 5 metres. So let me go through that one. This is the Moda Belle Isle collection. So again, full instructions in this kit. Now, then you get all of these. Love that one. Just a tiny print. That's half a metre of that one. A lovely sort of check geometric with a few florals, half a metre. You get the red. It's a nice red, that though, isn't it? It's like that French general red, isn't it?
It is. There's like not pillar box. It's almost like a cherry red,
yeah,
isn't it?
it is
It's really
beautiful,
nice
isn't
red.
it?
Yeah.
Really lovely. And then you get the same floral with a pink background with the red. Nice paisley, half a metre of that one. That's nice actually, that big floral. It's got kind of a mottled background. It's not
Yes.
totally solid, is it?
Yeah.
And the same fabric in navy. This is so lovely. This is your Jubilee quilt, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Love
yeah.
the white one. And then you get the paisley again. Oh, now, so which one is the border?
So your border is the big red.
This one.
Yeah. And then your ditzy cream with the blue, the bottom one in your pile.
That one.
It will be your binding.
So that one is the binding. So the big red floral is the border, and then the ditzy white and blue is the binding.
But
so
actually
this
you
is
have
the border.
scope to mess it around.
You can change it
It's just
around
what
a
I
bit.
chose, but
that's,
you know.
that's how Suzie organised it. Gorgeous, isn't it? 5 meters of fabric and the instructions, $79.99, and that's a whole quilt. Less than 20 of these left. Lots of you have been buying them on pre-order. Not surprised, but this is, it doesn't have to be Jubilee, but I'm thinking, we're going to be out. We've got 4 days off, haven't we, for Jubilee?
But I like the red, blue, white combination.
Yeah, I do. It's very traditional, isn't it?
Well, not only is it traditional, but I always think it's very bright and cheering.
Yeah, and it sort of works.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That'll be why they make so many flags in it.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what nationality you are.
I know.
This colour will work.
This will work. But it's lovely to put a bit of floral in it as well.
Yeah.
And then we've got the final colourway. So if you're just a blue person.
I've got some blocks here.
And Susie's made some blocks. Let me have one block. This is the one that Suzie will be demonstrating in. So this is what it looks like. Oh, let's do it on the overhead. That's just 4 blocks in it. This is the Willow collection. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5. I mean, again, you've got 5 meters, just different quantity. So you've got this lovely blue bubbly print, and then you've got, this is from the Indigo, the Willow collection. Look at that. It's all in shades of indigo in the background with a nice kind of like a pale linen colour.
Yes.
And then you've got the ivory with the bubbles, and then it is a very pale beigey linen floral. Got this lovely chambray floral. What? Yeah, these. I'm sorry. So what have you done? And then white. So this one.
Well, it's ivory actually.
Is that ivory? Oh, sorry. Is that one ivory? It's hard to see sometimes.
I know they're so.
Unless you've got them next to each other.
Yeah, and I had them in artificial light as well, so I was
okay, so this one is ivory, but that makes that blue and white. So this is $69.99. So you're getting 5 meters. This is designer fabric as well, and the instructions to make this big, massive picnic blanket or double bed size quilt for under £70. $69.99. That's gorgeous. This kind of covers everything, doesn't it? It's got a little bit of floral, but it's got your bubbles and your plains.
I love navy and cream together. Anyway.
I do.
I think it's really
love navy and cream. When everyone checks out of this, we only have 12 left. Because I think, if you're thinking, I haven't made a patchwork quilt before. Is this a good start?
Oh, absolutely. So easy.
Right. So you're thinking, I'd love to make a quilt. Not sure how to.
Yeah.
It's nice. With this bundle, you've got all the instructions and all the fabric. You've got to provide the backing, the wadding. We've got some really good backing fabric in the next hour, extra wide. But if you haven't done a patchwork quilt before, or if you have and you want to do something that's really easy for you, but if you're a beginner to quilting and you want to do something, this is everything you've got in one place. You haven't got to think about choosing fabrics. The only problem is you've got to choose. There are 3. So you've got to choose between the blue one, the mulberry and mint one, and the red, white and blue one. Now, we can also do instructions on their own if you have your own fabrics. These are limited, though, because lots of you have been buying them on pre-order. They are $9.99 for the full instructions, but it does tell you in the instructions exactly how much fabric you need.
Yeah, and I've given it so that you can either do 8 different fabrics.
So option 1 is 1 metre each of 4 designer fabrics, or option 2 is half a metre of 8 fabrics.
Yeah. So you can use either way. So that's why the blue set has only got the 4 fabrics.
Right.
Because you do the same strip for.
Okay, that makes sense then. And it tells you everything you need. So if you just buy the instructions, it will tell you how much fabric you need in there. And any questions, just message in. Oh, there we go. Morning, ladies. Would the quilt be okay for a confident beginner? From Suzie. There you go.
Yes, definitely would. Definitely.
Oh, love Suzie. Oh, no, this is from Collector in Lancashire. No, I love Susie's top.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yes, so will you be demonstrating how to make that?
How to make this top? No, I won't.
It is a very nice top.
Yeah, I like it because it goes with everything.
It does. It's a really nice top. Yeah, we could do with a pattern for that as well.
I know. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, could you? I would make that.
Yeah.
So yes, of course it's okay for a confident beginner.
Yes, absolutely it is. Yeah, and although there is seam matching to do, the way you press it all and put it all together, all the seams just nestle in without much effort.
It's an easy seam
It is
match.
an easy seam match.
Okay.
You're not wrestling with anything. So it is good, yeah. It's a good one.
So where do we start then?
Well, you start by ironing all your fabrics.
Well, very important.
It's always the best place to start when you get your fabrics, because none of them are ever cut perfectly. And of course, by the time they got through the post, they're not going to be how we would like them. So always start by pressing your fabrics. If you want to best press, you can. I didn't, and it worked fine.
Okay.
So you don't have to. It's entirely
But just
up to
give them a
you.
jolly good pressing.
Absolutely. And as you're pressing them, just have a think about how you want to lay your colourways. And the areas to concentrate are on these bits here, the sort of chevron square that you get. Because once you've got your head round those, you can get your strip placement. Because whatever is on the outside edges will become your diamond, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yes?
So you could just copy the picture.
You could,
If
indeed.
you don't,
Absolutely.
if you think, oh, I don't know
Yeah, just go
how
for
to
it.
do that, but have a think about that
Yeah.
first. Okay.
And then while you're thinking, just cut your strips. Now you need to cut the 3-inch width of fabric strips that you're going to be cutting. So if you have a Stripology XL, then that's a doddle.
Yes. Yes.
I in fact cut the whole lot in less than 20 minutes.
Oh,
Because it
really?
is just one measurement. So you're just doing
So you
3,
just-
6, 9, 12, you know, and off you
Lovely.
go. And then the next bit, again, is an easy bit. And I did it, you need 4 sets of 2 strips.
Okay.
So you divide your strips into sets of 4. And then you're going to sew them together, right sides together, along one
So is
long
there any,
strip.
what would you advise about the colour selection? Would you just go whatever?
I think because all of these come from one collective within each choice, it really doesn't matter what you do. It's only
Okay.
if you have a preference to have, say, the blue and the red forming the
And what
interlock.
position in the strips is that chevron then?
So they're on the outside.
Oh,
so
okay.
can you pass me
Yes.
that one back again, and then
Yes.
I can show you how it relates to the
Yeah,
strip.
no, that would make sense.
So with this one, these are my strip pieces. So I've got one that looks like this.
Right, so you've got like the words on the
Words on
the mulberry on one
right
side and the pink on
and
the
the
other.
pink there.
Okay.
So if I relate that to the strip, when you cut it, so you on your 4-piece side, you get the mulberry, and that's going on.
Right, yes.
So that's come from that strip on this
Yeah.
square here. But on this square, where I've used the other half, because of the way we construct it, I get the second one to it, the middle one
Okay.
to it, yeah?
Yeah.
On the other strip, which is, hang on, the one with the wording as the second piece and your florals, and I've got a pink and a mulberry. So I put the same colour tones
Right.
on the same
Yes.
pieces.
So that you'd get those colours doing the V
So you do
things.
those doing the V's, and you also, whatever you put in the middle ends up as your middle tiny
Oh, okay.
square.
So the
Yeah.
sort of dominant fabrics really are going to be what on the
On the
outer
outsides,
edges.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So whichever ones you want as dominant, only 3 sets of instructions left
Oh,
on their
gosh.
own. Obviously, they are available in the kits, but
Better
if
start
you want-
writing some more out.
Yes, if you just want the instructions on their own, there are only 3 left. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to check out.
So that's the only thing you need to get your head round.
No, but that makes sense. Your dominant fabrics on the edges, the ones
And
that
the
aren't
ones
so much.
that you want in the little squares
And you've
in the
tended
middle.
to choose, well, like on the red, white, and blue one, you've chosen the darker
Yes,
fabrics.
I did. Just because the thing that I wanted to stand out was that crisscross
Yes.
effect. But if you want the middle bit, this bit here to stand out, then reverse it. You put your
Okay.
darker colours in the middle. But you've got enough fabric to do a test strip. But one thing I would recommend is when you've got to this strip piece bit and you start cutting it down and laying out your block again, photograph,
Right.
because then you'll know what orientation you used.
Okay.
I actually did the whole lot in one shot, so I had the same going on. But if you're doing a test, then I would recommend that you photograph it as you go, because then you don't get lost.
Yes, no, that makes sense.
Or have to unpick anything to work it out.
Which would be annoying.
Yeah. Seriously, do you want that back now?
Yeah, come on then.
There you go.
Because then I can have it on my desk.
Okay, so we've strip pieced our 2 sets. And what we're going to do now is cut this down. Now, before you start, do a 1/4 inch test on your machine. So by that, what I mean is get a piece of scrap fabric that's got a straight edge to it, and use whatever you think is a 1/4 inch setting on your sewing machine, and measure it after you've sewn a seam, because you must be spot on with your 1/4 inch. Otherwise, all the measurements don't work. Now, the other thing as well, there is leeway for you to adjust. So if when you've strip pieced, what I would recommend you do is measure your strip width, your total strip width, because all you've got to do then is cut that to square.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're going to be, what, 1/2 inch difference if it's slightly out. It's not the end of the world. But what is critical is that you have squares.
Right.
You don't want rectangles.
No, because it won't work otherwise.
Won't work. So, and I'm just going to acquire a ruler. We haven't got a square one here, have we? It's all right. We'll do...
No, we have all the rulers normally.
Yeah, they're all down there, I think.
So I can get you a square one.
Is that all right?
while
The
you're
large
talking.
square, if you can,
A large
please. And while
square.
you're doing that, I'll just trim the edge. So the first thing you're going to do then...
Oh, look at that.
Oh, straight
That's a
away.
super large square.
So my strip has come out at 10¼ inches.
There you go.
So thank
Is that
you.
large
Oh,
enough?
that's large enough, isn't it? Good grief.
That'll be a 20 by 20.
That'll be a big one. Right,
Yes.
well, I'm just going to square off with this one. So I'm going to just take my straight, just going to do a straight edge with my rotary cutter, which I think you've got on the show.
Oh, yes. Rotary cutter.
You have?
So we've got this. Well, I'd like to say, we got it in because it's the one that Suzie always uses. So we thought, well, we need to sell it to you as well. Look, there we go. And the reason that Suzie always uses this is because it's really ergonomic. So she obviously deals with lots of different rotary cutters, uses all different things. And this is the one that she likes the most because it's very ergonomic. Just nice to hold.
It is nice to hold. The other thing that I like about it, as most of you who've seen me on here before, I frequently get told off for not shutting my blade cover because I'm constantly cutting. I know it's there, but you should always shut your blade cover.
I do though, and I think it's because I was always sort of told you've got to shut your blade, and it's just an automatic thing now.
Yeah.
I can't not.
Yeah.
I
it's
think it's
because
just
I'm
automatic,
constantly
isn't it?
cutting, I just don't bother because it's one extra thing to do. But it's wrong. You should always shut your blade
I
cover.
do, just as an automatic
And that's why I
thing.
like this one, because that slide to do that is where my thumb is.
Right.
So I
it makes you
haven't got to
remember.
move anything.
It's a good price as well, $10.99.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's a 45mm blade, and
Yeah.
all the blades, they're all, wherever you buy your replacement blade from, they're all 45mm. They're all a standard fitting,
Exactly.
thank goodness.
Yeah.
Hi, Rebecca
But
and
it's-
Suzie. I've
yeah,
ordered
love
the
it.
instructions. I feel this is a good quilt for me to start quilting. Suzie is so lovely to watch demonstrating
Oh,
from Susie in
thank
Hampshire.
you.
Thank you.
That's
I think
very
it is a
kind.
great quilt to start, and yes, she's brilliant at demonstrating. And she knows also if you've got any questions.
Absolutely.
Honestly,
if I can
Suzie
answer.
will know the answer. Well, I wouldn't say any questions. Any questions about quilting?
Couldn't do all of the crossword yesterday, but
Meaning of life,
yeah.
climate change.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it.
She's on it. But if you could stick to quilting, that would be... No, Suzie does
That
know
would be-
loads
That would
about...
be exceptionally more useful
Yeah.
than
Any
asking me to
question?
solve
Any
world
question,
peace or
just
anything.
send it in. Suzie will know the answer. But yes, she will. And she wouldn't
I
tell
can do
you...
cake recipes. Does that help?
Very, yes, actually, cake recipes.
Yeah. Oh, I've got a mountain of those.
Have you?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Tried a new one last week.
Did you? What was that?
That was orange and almond
Oh,
cake. So there's no
nice.
flour in it, so it's gluten free. It was delicious, but I put an orange syrup on the top, so it was quite a moist cake.
Oh, that
I
sounds
hate that word, but it
lovely.
was definitely moist. But it was delicious.
So that's the bit. The code
We're
that's on the
cutting
screen
square.
is for the big square 20.5 inch by 20.5 inch square ruler that Susie's using
It
at the
is
moment.
phenomenal. I need this ruler in
Do
my
you?
life. It's
So if that's not in the
amazing.
studio cat.
Love it.
Susie's gone. We know where it is. It is brilliant,
Yes.
isn't it?
As if.
Yes.
So-
when it gets lost in the studio move, we'll be searching Susie's house.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It covers everything, doesn't
It's
it?
just so good.
So big.
It's so good. But it's not so big that you can't manoeuvre.
No, it's nice.
But what
isn't
I
it?
like about it is the fact that because it's so large, even if you're cutting a smaller square, it keeps the weight through the whole fabric, so you're getting a
Yeah.
true cut. I love
Because sometimes with the smaller rulers, I know that I have to sort of move my hand. I sort of stop with my rotary cutter and move
Yes.
just in case.
Yeah.
I mean, the creative grids are brilliant, but
Yeah.
that's such a heavy ruler.
It's so
Do you know it'd
good.
be really good for keeping things nice and flat?
It would.
I keep like pattern pieces under my
Well, when you
cutting
think-
mat
that. Yeah, I do.
that I
Yeah.
want to keep nice and flat.
Yeah, or under my laptop.
I was looking for ages for a bucket hat pattern that I'd
was
printed out, and I'd
underneath.
made it Christmas. And I wanted to make another one, and then I found it the other day. Of course, I'd put it under my cutting
Of course
mat.
you did.
So anyone wants a bucket hat pattern, got one under my cutting
It's
mat.
under your cutting
That's
mat.
brilliant.
There you go. Brilliant. I'll tell you what else is good about this. Size of fat quarter.
Oh, of course. Oh, yes. Yeah.
And how many of us use fat quarters all the time?
Me.
Yeah, ditto.
There we go. That's brilliant, isn't it? So
Yeah.
if you want this ruler, which
You need to buy this ruler.
totally fab before Susie pinches it. It's not $79.99. That is the quilt kit. It's $49.99. Last few chances. We haven't got many left. When it says that, it means we haven't got many left.
So that means that by the time I come off here, I'm not going to be able to order one, am I? Right, so I'm just cutting the same on the other strip set. So they're all the same size, 10¼ mine come up to. But as I say, measure yours. It's not the end of the world if it's slightly different.
As long as they're all
As
slightly
long as
different.
they're all square.
Yes.
And they're the same size squares. Right, so we'll put those out the way, and I'll put my ruler out the way. I'll put that over there so I don't tread on it. So then
you join everything together, you cut it all into squares,
yeah,
and then the
this
fun
is
happens.
this is my dad's favourite. You cut everything up, Suze, and then you sew it all back together in
Together.
a different order, and then
Yeah.
you cut it all up and sew it back together again.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, Dad. Okay.
And all that fabric
And
you've
why
wasted.
do you do that then? Why don't you just put the fabric over you? Is what he said.
I know. Because it doesn't look as nice.
Exactly. So you then are going to lay one right side up, and then take the other strip set, so the different
Right.
organisation, and lay it the opposite way round, so with the seams running vertically over the
Okay.
top. So
Yeah.
they're right sides
Which is
together.
why they all have to be square.
Which is why they have to be square. And then just put some pins in. Now, my tip is put your pins in away from the edge, because then you don't have to take them out when you do this next bit. So there's no seam matching at the moment. We're all good. We're just floating round.
Helen's asked a question.
Yes.
When you finish the quilt, do you free motion?
Me?
Do your quilting?
I'm terrified of free
Yeah, no, you
motion.
can do whatever you like. You could free
You can
motion
do
it.
whatever you like, but yeah, it's entirely up to you what you
yeah,
want.
I think I'd probably go geometric because I'm...
Yeah, you see, I would tend to follow the line.
Yeah.
I would probably highlight in here and make that, because this is the thing I wanted, this big square.
Right, so if you quilt the bit
I would
you want
follow
to stand
that
out. Yeah.
all the way down.
Or you could free motion it, or you could just do
absolutely
cross hatch.
could. Yeah, you could do different things in different areas, which would look really cool. You could do a bit of free motion in the centre squares.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. So you could outline the big squares and free motion the centre.
Absolutely.
Entirely up to you.
Or you could just stitch in the ditch if that's what you
Yeah.
wanted to do. It's one of those where it really doesn't matter.
No,
It's,
there's no rules.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whatever you fancy. Because I
don't
think
like
often
rules.
that's what puts people off. They go, oh, well, if I've got to quilt it like that, I'm not going to make
Yeah.
it. Well, just do what you like. Just follow the lines.
Yes, yeah.
And
if
then
if you're making
get
it in a
carried
hurry,
away.
then just do the minimal. You'll need to do something
It-
just to
you-
attach the two layers together, but you don't need
But
to.
sometimes it's nice because I'd not done free motion before and I needed to make one part of the quilt quite dense once. So I thought, well, I'm just going to have a little go. And I got a bit carried away. I thought, oh, this is all right. I just started going round and round in
Yeah.
swirls and circles. And it actually looked okay, better than I thought.
Yes.
So it's quite nice sometimes on small areas to have a little go at that.
Yes, it is. And the trick with it is, if you are scared like me, then just do
Just lines.
yeah, just straight lines, or get one of the heat erasable pens
Yes.
and just draw yourself a pattern, so that if you are trying to do the squirly whirlies or a trellis or whatever, you've got something to follow without getting het up and
because I
boxed
wanted
in a
to do
corner.
a wavy pattern, so I
Yeah.
just drew it with a heat erasable pen. And then
Absolutely.
when I came to follow it, I really didn't follow it, but it didn't really matter. But
No.
it gave me a sort of vague.
Yeah, and
rough-
it gave you confidence to get going.
Indeed.
That's the thing. Don't be
Yes.
frightened of it. At the end of the day, it's a bit of fabric, isn't it? It's not going to bite.
And you're not going to enter it into a quilt competition. Well, you could.
Well, you might do.
Just don't though, because
Yeah. And then you don't
take
have
the
to worry.
pressure off.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay, so what we're going to do now, I've done two deliberately so I can show you how to join them together.
Okay.
Is you're going to, although I don't know why I did that, because one makes your 4 block.
Okay.
Because your block is in fact 4 parts.
Four, yes,
and
so-
so one of these makes the 4.
So you've pinned one set to another set,
So
but
I've-
they go in opposite directions.
Yes, so they're the seams are in opposite directions, and you're going to do a 1/4 inch seam all the way round with just a normal seam
Yeah, all
stitch
the way
length.
round. We're like making a bag with no opening.
That's correct, yeah. Which is always scary, isn't it? Because then you think, oh gosh, well now what am I going to do? Just
So what is like what? This is the most popular, the mulberry spearmint.
is it?
It's not called that on here, but we're calling it
Whimsical
we call
romance,
it the purple, but
isn't
it's actually the mulberry Midsummer Night's Dream colourway. It's the most popular.
It is
And then when
very
you've got it
pretty.
on your bed or your picnic quilt, you can read the quotes to people. They'd enjoy that. You could read out the quite over canopied with luscious woodbine, with sweet musk, roses with eglantine. Are you sure that we are awake? Love that one. My favourite is I know a bank where the wild thyme blows. Isn't that lovely? There sleeps Titania some time of the night, lulled in these flowers with dances and delight. Oh,
So
hand in
lovely.
hand with fairy grace, will we sing and bless this place?
It's one of the most poetic of
It
his
is so
plays,
lovely,
isn't it?
isn't
It's
it?
really lovely.
And then you see, I think that would make you go to sleep, wouldn't it? You could be lying there like Titania. Where the wild thyme blows.
Well, I spray lavender everywhere, but not
Do
thyme.
you?
Yeah.
I might try that then. But then you get a lot of those sleep sprays that are like rosemary and thyme, don't
Yeah,
you?
well, thyme is a really good healer actually as well.
Is it?
Yeah, if you've got a cold, get some thyme oil, put it on a hanky and just keep sniffing it. It accelerates the virus and gets rid of it quicker.
Does
It's
it?
really cool. Yeah. I know.
Oh.
I'm a font of useless information.
Yeah, see, any questions you've got about anything whatsoever, particularly thyme.
Yeah.
Well, I love the smell of thyme. I've got a herb
do.
garden. I like
Oh,
brushing
I
past
put
it.
thyme in
But
so
I didn't
many
know you
things.
could get thyme oil.
Yes.
Where'd you get that from then?
You can buy it online, and
Okay.
and if you've got a really good pharmacy, they've often got the pure oils in
Okay.
there.
And then you spray that on your bed linen.
And yeah, you can't. Yeah,
So I guess if you mix it with water
carrier oils are the best thing. But if you're
Okay.
going to spray it, then water based.
and spray it all over you. I'm liking
Yeah.
that idea.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Could use it instead of best press, couldn't you? I wonder if it works the same. No, your fabric will
They
smell
add-
of thyme.
Well, they add lavender to one of them, don't they? So
That's
what,
the nicest one, yeah.
yeah. So what I'm going to do now is cut the 2 diagonals. So
Right.
this is the point. If you've got a rotary mat, it helps. It's not essential. But what you do want is enough space around you. So don't do what we all normally do and work in a space this big.
Yes, because you've got so much other stuff.
Yes.
But we
So-
have got a brand new cutting mat.
Yeah.
That's
which
a
is
super big one.
amazing. Yeah.
Always get the biggest cutting mat that you've got space for and can afford.
Yes.
Now, this is the size I have at home.
Yeah.
And I've had mine.
No, I've got mine's. I've got one this size, and I've got my cutting table one is bigger.
Mine is this size, and I have
Yeah.
had it for over 20 years.
Yeah.
and it's still going strong.
Yeah, they're so good.
But this is the new one, 34. That's a good price.
It's a ridiculously good price.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I think I paid £50 for mine over
I
20
don't
years
think
ago.
I paid, but
34.99.
I just-
Metric on one side and Imperial on the other.
yep. And you've got your 60 and 45 degrees.
Yes,
Which is
fantastic. Which I
really
use
useful.
quite a lot on mine.
Yeah.
So you do need space.
You do, yes, you do. But it's just, yeah, I love that. I actually like the texture of it.
Well, when I first
it's-
started patchwork,
the
someone
fabric
said to me,
grips to it.
invest in the biggest cutting mat. So off I
Yeah.
went to my local shop
Said,
and invested
I
in the
need
biggest.
the biggest.
Yeah, that was the biggest.
I know.
This is a while ago. This was probably when cutting mats
Yeah.
were first invented.
Yeah. And then
Anyway, £34.99, which honestly is cheaper than I paid for mine over 20 years ago.
it's a brilliant price. Absolutely brilliant.
Nice quality as well.
But do remember with your cutting mats
yes.
to store them flat.
Yes, always.
Don't stand them upright
They
on
go really
against the
bendy.
wall.
I tried that once.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of weight in these. So you need to keep them.
I had to paint
Flat.
mine in the car once. Can't remember
Yeah.
why. And I had it sort of behind the back seats and
Yeah.
it really bent.
Yeah.
Took me a while to get it flat
You're
again.
okay if you've like one trip, but not for long. No.
Somebody in here keeps doing that. We haven't found them yet.
Not me.
But when we find out who it is,
Definitely not me.
it might be Elliot. I think it might be why he's leaving. Let's hope he's not watching. He's not in today, is he?
I think he's working from home, isn't he? So what we're going to do, so you'll need a big ruler for this because your
Right.
little 12.5-inch one won't cut it. So you want that big square or
the
one
long-
of your long
your
24.5.
inches.
Yeah, and you're going to cut your diagonals, but don't move anything after your first cut
First cut's the deepest.
because you want everything to stay in one place. Now, I wouldn't normally cut at angles like this, but there you go. We've got our 4.
So you either move round to the side of your table.
Yeah, or just dislocate your neck.
Yeah.
Either's fine.
Either is fine.
We're not worried. These, you get, on some of them, you'll get these tiny little,
Ears.
yeah, get rid of those. You don't need those. Some
And
of
this
them
is
just come
magic.
off, but some of them will stay on, but we don't need to bother about those.
Right.
But what we do need to bother about now is some pressing. So you want to press, if I remember rightly, in opposite directions. So, or no, press towards your 2. The piece with 2. Like I've caught the threads in there. Let's just cut those and then I'll get rid of those. So you see one side's got 4.
That's
and one
magic.
side's so clever, isn't it?
I know, and that looks
So
just
you've
like
got
this one you
half
made
square,
earlier as
I know,
well.
incredible. Half square triangles, but with stripes.
Yeah,
So
very
clever.
clever. Oh, yes, so this is your method where you do 4 half square triangles, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because that's all we've done. We've created 4 half square triangles.
But from strips.
But from strips.
Oh,
So
bit mad. So this is why this is great for beginners because
Yeah.
you're not cutting strips in triangles and joining them.
No.
You're joining strips and then
absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
So you haven't got to worry about bias edges and all that sort of thing. And also, if you're a person who has a fabric stash going on,
no, none of us have that. No.
once you've made your kit, you can go through your stash and you're only using strips. So it's a great way to use.
Did you see that great post that somebody put on our fan page? And it said that she'd had a phone call that said, "What are you most afraid of when you die?" It was one of these funeral people.
Yes.
And she said that my husband will sell the contents of my craft room for the price I've told him I paid for it.
Classic.
I thought, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I want it all in a competition, dear.
Yeah. Oh, let's.
So
there you
yeah,
go.
so it's ideal for your
Yeah.
fabric stash.
Yeah. And then all you're going to do is arrange them so that you've got opposite colours in the middle.
Right, okay.
So you've got your greens and your whites
Yeah,
in this
yeah, no, that makes
instant.
sense.
Yeah. And then you're going to just stitch those together. So you're going to stitch these 2 together and then these 2 together and then the 2 sets of 2 together. So we're just going to put them right sides together. Now, if you find that they don't nestle because these are going the same way, all you do is re-press.
Oh, okay. But do that though.
Yes,
To make it
it just
do
makes
do
life
that.
so much easier, and everything sits neater at the end if you do this. But it's rather than try and get your head round everything all at once and get very in a tiz and take 10 minutes to sort something out that actually, if all you did is repress, which took seconds.
So if
life
you
would be
check
quicker.
so do you join them in blocks of 4s like
Yes,
this?
I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm just going to bring those two together. So I'm matching those ears at the top
It
there.
looks more impressive
Yeah.
than it is. Not do you know what I mean?
I know.
It looks like
Well, when I designed it, I knew what I wanted to do, and I designed it, and then I thought, that's going to be really tricky to put together. And then I suddenly thought, well, no, it isn't, because all you do is strip it. and
that's
it's
what I
so
mean, but it
easy.
looks
And that's where
like
the name came from.
you're a
then.
I'm
a genius again.
a biased genius.
I'm
Well,
definitely.
you are a genius because you've worked out a
Definitely
really
not
easy
a
way to do it. But if you
genius.
make this yourself, it looks like really amazing, and it's.
Yeah.
I like that. Don't tell anyone.
Yeah, don't
When they go, was it really hard? Go, yeah, it was
Absolutely. It took
really
me
hard.
days to do this.
Days, and the bias. Oh, can't even talk to you about the bias.
Yeah.
Susie, this is a revelation. I know. I love to see your demos as you make
Bless
things
you.
look really achievable. Always make a note of when you're on from Collecting Modes. I thank you. Yes,
Oh, that's
absolutely.
very
So I said,
kind.
you see,
Thank
she
you.
is the genius, but don't let on when you've made this.
Yeah.
Just say, don't talk to me about the bias.
Yeah. Just say, it's taken me hours. The fact is, you can make this quilt in a day
Fantastic.
because of the way it's constructed, and you can chain piece everything. So
And it's only $79.99.
it's just bargain, isn't it?
Bargain. Be rude not to. Remember, you're investing
Absolutely.
in your retirement. Be careful if you've got the purple mulberry in your basket, because
that
it is
going?
extremely limited now.
So
Less than 10. Single figures. So if you like, that's the colourway that this one here, the mulberry and spearmint, Midsummer Night's Dream one. Single figures for that left.
So what we're going to do now is just do a 1/4 inch seam down those two sides.
So
that we
when you
joined.
come to match those little
Yes.
things, do you just nest them?
Yeah,
You don't.
so the little dog ear ends, right at the end, they will nest themselves quite nicely. And then you'll find that because they're squares, everything else falls into line.
Right.
So all I do is roll the seam together just to make sure. And you'll find it because we've pressed all the seams for your strips are pressed open, because then you've not got an issue with seams bulking anywhere. But it means that everything then nestles quite nicely together. And I just put a pin through the seam to hold it
So
and
you
keep
know
it
it's-
straight. So I know it's aligned, yeah. So even if you're a beginner, never done anything where you've matched seams before, it's not as onerous as it looks.
No, I see what you mean. And you see, and also, because this fabric's so gorgeous, if you added some plain fabric, you could then make it even bigger.
Yeah,
couldn't you?
absolutely. Yeah, you could add extra borders. You've got
Yeah,
there is
That's true, actually.
you could use what's left of the strip pieces to make up your borders, or you could use that to do your other side if you wanted to.
That's true. Or if you wanted to
and
make
make
it
it
big, you could
reversible.
add some of the plain colours that are in this.
Absolutely.
Would look fab, wouldn't
yeah,
it?
yeah, yeah. Then the pattern would be even more defined, wouldn't it, if you used a plain?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you don't have to. It's just that, it's nice if you like the thing and you think, oh, I
Yeah.
want to make it bigger, but it is brilliant.
Or you want
for
to make a
technical.
his and hers so that you don't fight over who has it to keep warm.
Yeah. Sorry, but you're not sharing my picnic or my blanket.
Absolutely. Get your
I
own.
made my egg mayonnaise sandwiches for me.
Well, they'd have to be different in our house because one of us likes mayo and the other one likes salad cream.
I'm a salad cream.
No.
Always a
Get
salad
out.
cream.
Get out.
We'll have separate picnic blankets. Could you tell me the size of the quilt? Yes, I can. It is 60 inches wide and 74 inches long,
Roughly.
roughly.
Yeah.
Roughly.
Well, because there may be a 1/4 of an inch
Yes,
difference
but it
here
is
and
pretty
there,
much
but
60
yeah,
wide and 74 long.
big.
So
That's really
74 is
big.
your double bed with your overhangs.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely lap It's a very big lap.
It's live full length on the sofa blanket
Yeah.
quilt.
Or me and the dog, as I like to call it. You laugh, he has his own blanket.
I keep my beautiful pure wool crochet temperature blanket over the back of my sofa to stop the dog lying it, and she somehow manages to always pull it off and lie. I'm like, no,
Absolutely, she's
you
not
lie on
silly.
that cheap IKEA one. You are not lying on my pure wool temperature crochet blanket that took me a whole year to make.
Yeah,
She's always on it.
She's not stupid.
I know, always.
So there you go, we've got that bit done. And we've got that bit done. And look
Question
at that.
for Bev. Morning, Rebecca and Susie. Could this pattern be made with a jelly roll?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, not to
But
these measurements
it
because this is
wouldn't
wider.
be the same, you wouldn't get that consistency in colour, but what you could do is do all the darker shades or all the pinks or all the purples
Yes.
in one, and
But it would be slightly different shape
Yeah.
because these strips are 3 inch.
Yeah,
aren't they?
it would
There's
be
your jelly
smaller.
roll. But the
Yeah.
theory is
the
the same.
theory is the same. It would just be a smaller quilt.
Yeah.
It would be a lap without the dog quilt.
I love Susie's design. Please could you show the blue block colour? Struggling to choose. I know, I am as well. This is the blue one. So the blue one has got a plain ivory in it. And it's also got these, let me show you the other fabric. So where does this fabric go then?
So that is your border.
Right, so that's your border that goes around,
Yeah.
which is a lovely, if you think chambray,
Yeah.
that's the colour of that. And then you've got the ivory that goes into these bits. This
That's
is just,
the binding.
that's the binding. Okay, let's make the quilt then. So that's your border.
Right. Yeah. If you look on my social media post, I've just done that.
Oh, have you?
In the green room, yeah.
Right, so that's your border. Hang on. That's your thing. This one is the binding.
Yeah.
This is how I always do. You know, you do this
Well,
in a
this is
shop.
what I do.
You do this in a shop
Yeah,
where
I
the
do.
people look at you and go,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Yeah.
So there you go. So there's the binding, there's the border, and then those are the... So this one has 4 colours in it,
Yes.
which in a way makes it easier.
Oh, a lot easier. You haven't got to think.
Yeah. So you've chosen these 2 blues,
To go on the
To be the-
outside of your strip.
your big crissy-crossy bits,
Yeah.
and then the white, the ivory, and then the little
Yeah.
ivory and navy bubbles on the inside. So yeah, you
Yeah.
get a much more dominant, but you could swap that round.
You could swap them round and then you'd get a dark centre square and lighter, bigger square. Yeah, absolutely.
So this is your more sort of indigo denim chambray look. Tricky, I know.
I know. See, I'd have that one for cozying up by a log fire
Yeah, or
Lap quilt.
bed, lovely.
or bed.
Can you
I'd
hold
have-
the quilt on the desk up so I can see the colours better?
Is that the
This
pinky one? Yeah, that one.
one. I know everyone's obviously trying to choose.
Yeah, I know, it's hard. Just need one of each.
There you go.
Because that for me is
Now there's only 3 of these left.
springtime, isn't
So if
it?
you want this one, there are 3. And then it's gone. It's like that.
So that-
But if you want the blue one, I'm thinking, yeah, that's lovely for a bed, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Really classic.
Or
I'm-
for a study,
yeah.
because I have a quilt in my
That would be
workroom
nice
'cause I
on the
get
wall,
cold.
on the wall as well.
Yes. Oh, it'd be stunning. Yeah.
What are the measurements of the quilt? The quilt is 60 by 74, 60 inches wide and 74 long. Or turn it round and it's the other way.
It is the other way. Or you can take out rows, add in rows if you wanted
Yeah,
to.
now everyone's struggling now to choose.
Oh,
So you've got your red, white and blue, which is Jubilee, floral, just gorgeous. Only 3 of these left.
I think that colourway, when I looked at that, I just thought Mothering Sunday and Easter.
Yes, and do remember that it is March the 27th and you have time to make it.
You do, because you can make it in a day.
Yes. Obviously, you've then got to quilt it, but we've got backing fabrics in the next hour, and we'll talk about the wadding as well that you'll need for this.
Yes.
So, how much wadding do you need?
Well, you'll need 66 by
Well, if our extra
70,
wide,
what is it? 70. You always go, well, I always cut my wadding 2 inches wider than my finished quilt, so that when I quilt it, it's not, I've got leeway. I do same with the backing, but I always make my backings as pretty as the fronts.
Oh, okay.
So all of my quilts are reversible.
Well, we've got some beautiful extra wide backings in the next one.
So, but all I do is save pieces from the front or even a block, and even if all I do is put it in a corner or in the centre,
nice.
just so that it
ties
nods
together.
to the other
Oh,
side.
yeah, even if you just appliqued it to the centre.
Absolutely,
Yes,
yeah.
you could do that.
Yeah, and you've got enough fabric in
What
the
a
bundle
lovely
to go.
Mother's Day present.
I know. Mum, you're not getting it. I've sorted
Right,
yours
so this
out
one is now
already.
sold out. I did say, gone.
Yeah, it's all your fault.
No, it's gone.
Don't blame me.
Congratulations to everyone who's got it. But don't worry, we've still got the red, white and blue one and this beautiful blue one. I actually think this one's my favourite.
Yeah,
Because I love
every
blue and
one I
white.
made, I just thought, oh, I love that.
I really love blue and white.
Yeah, I like blue and white. I think it's very classic, very clean. But I really love the red, white and blue. And I'm not usually a red, white and blue fan. But I
Maybe
really
it's because
love
it's
that.
floral
I don't know.
and paisley.
Don't know. It just made me really smile, and
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
it
it's
is.
good. I love a quilt where you've got lots of busy fabrics together, because I think you've got interest in any sector.
It makes you
then.
think, you know when you see those films and people go to holiday cottages and they've got that lovely patchwork quilt
Yeah.
on their bed, that's what it makes
Yeah,
me
it
look
does.
at
Yeah,
and
it's
think
very
about.
old American quilt style, isn't it? Yeah.
Morning, ladies. I faffed around deciding and now I've missed out on the instructions.
know.
Will they be available again, please? Loving the demo. I don't know. We'll see. No guarantees. However, they are still available in the kits. Yes. They come with their $79.99 and they come with free fabric.
Come with free fabric. Yeah.
Or
They're a bargain.
they're a bargain. Or the blue one is $69.99. But there are less than 10 of those. Right, Suzie, sorry. We keep
No, you're fine.
interrupting.
Absolutely fine.
Is there anything else we need
Well,
to do?
all I'm going to do is join these two
Okay,
together.
let's do that then.
So
We've got a few minutes.
the
Let's
way,
do it.
Okay, we're going to put the centre seams together, and you'll see that they nestle in quite nicely together, which is lucky. And then I work to the outside towards the corners, because again those corners nestle together nicely as well because of the way we've pressed them. So I'll put
Message
a
from
pin
Joyce.
in there.
Thank you. I've got the blue one. Oops, the big Quilting mat jumped into my basket as well. Well, Joyce, you will not regret it because I told you mine over 20 years is still going strong.
Yeah, and
And it is lovely.
But-
And I wouldn't say that if it wasn't.
people forget that if you haven't got a good cutting surface, you're not going to get a good cut.
Yeah.
Because you need that resistance that's solid but giving. I know that sounds really mixed, but it needs
I know,
to
but
be
I
a
have used
good
cutting
blade
mats which are
surface.
slightly shinier.
Yeah,
And
rubbish.
yeah, there isn't the give in them and your blade can sometimes slip across them.
Yeah, and your fabric doesn't, I mean the fabric actually sits on it
Yeah.
really nicely and doesn't stick to it. It's a bit like the non-stick bit on the bottom of
Yeah,
the
it does
creative
grit
width.
when it sort of grips
It's got a
to
slight
it. So
grip to
Joyce,
it.
you won't regret it. And this is really heavy, but you only pay your £3.95
I know,
P&P.
it's mental.
See?
Yeah, cost me more to send my mum a
If you're, there's a little bit of a queue on the phone lines for these
Yeah.
quilts and everything. So if you've got in a queue, just hang on. They're getting there. They're getting there. It will go through. It's just a little bit of a queue. They always let us know when there's a bit of a queue, just so it doesn't put you off. There's only 3 of the blue left now, and then it'll be gone. Like that. Actually, looks very nice on my dress, doesn't it?
does. Oh, a big patch of that on the front, be awesome.
I know. I really, really, really want to make a patchwork dress. Just haven't worked out exactly how. It'd be nice actually, maybe for the skirt section.
Yeah, would actually.
Good, wouldn't it? And then like maybe plain at the top.
Yeah, pick out one of the fabrics. Yeah,
That's nice, isn't it?
yeah.
So if you don't
There you
want to
go.
make a quilt, make a dress. All you have to do,
Is wait for Rebecca to write the pattern.
yes. I know. Well, I need to be able to find a pattern like this. The Edward, actually, the turquoise one has got little sleeves in it.
Brilliant.
Wool overs. That's where I bought it from. Do you think I could phone them and say, please, could you send me a free
Yeah,
one? I
could you
said your
think you
name on there.
could? Yeah, I've tried. Doesn't work.
Well, I always buy their jumpers. Love their jumpers. And then I saw that they sold dresses.
Ah.
Blue sold out. Gone.
Okay.
So the only way to get the instructions is the red, white and blue one. Instructions are $17.99 with free fabric. That was a joke. No, not really. You get all the fabric for the red, white and blue one and the instructions, $79.99. And that's the beautiful one that's behind Susie's. Gorgeous, isn't it? But that is, yeah, really traditional. If you have that on your spare room bed, you just want to get into bed.
Yeah.
Not that I have a problem with getting into bed ever, to be honest.
Do you? Oh,
I
I
just have a
hate
problem
it.
getting out of it.
Absolutely hate it.
What, going into bed?
Yeah, waste of time.
It is a waste of time, and actually it
Total
really
waste of
annoys me
time.
that I have to sleep. But when you're in there,
No, I just
particularly when I
don't
put the
need it.
electric blanket on, oh,
No. Not a fan. There you go. So all the seams get pressed open.
Nice, so
Because
nice-
then it
nice
all
and
nesses.
flat.
And there, that gives us our square. If I can just borrow the other one, I can
This
then,
one?
Yes, please. Because what you want to make sure when you're doing your rows is
Yeah.
that they're all the same way up. Because otherwise it won't work. So if I lay this way, you can see what I mean. So I've got...
yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
So when you've done your blocks of 4,
Yeah.
all your 4s need to be the same
You
way
want
up.
them the same way.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah? Does
Yeah.
that make sense?
Yes, totally.
And
It's
then
lovely. Thank you so much.
it's all right.
That's been fab. So if you want the red, white and blue one, which is the only one we have left in stock, we've got no instructions on their own. The other 2 have gone. If you want the red, white and blue one, which is beautiful, Moda fabric as well, designer quilt, designed by a designer using designer fabrics. What's not to love? You get half a metre of each of the 10 fabrics in that one. Here they are. Look, I have displayed them earlier. Move those out of the way. Look at those. They're just gorgeous. Those are all the fabrics you get and the instructions. It's the only way of getting the instructions now. But isn't that a beautiful selections? Congratulations to all of you who've got the kits, whichever ones you've got. Please do post on Facebook on our fans page when you've made it. We love to see it. And tag Suzie so that she sees
Yes,
it as well.
please do. Yes.
Because she would love to see that you've
I
done
do.
them.
I do, definitely.
The cutting mat that we were talking about that Suzie is using, that is fab, brand new and gorgeous. But it's really good. It's a good one. And that's the thing, isn't it? It's a good one. It's got a nice grip. It's got metric on one side. That's imperial. And then you've got metric on the other side. You've got your 45, you've got your 60-degree angles. It's A1 size, so it's 59 by 84 centimetres. It's a really good size. You can cut your fabric. Obviously, you can cut your fabric. What I mean is, when you've cut fabric from selvage to selvage, and you've got your fabric, there's the selvage, so you fold it in half. So when you've got to cut strips, it will fit. That's what's important to me. So when it says you need 15 3-inch strips, you just well, if your fabric isn't already folded in half, fold it in half selvage, so give it a good press, match the pressed top onto the line, and then you can just cut. But if you haven't got this width of mat, then you can't do that. That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to keep moving fabric, moving rulers,
And
and it's just
you don't get a neat cut
No,
then, particularly
well,
if you folded it in half.
You definitely don't get a straight cut.
No, well, you sort of get a slight wiggle somewhere,
Yeah,
don't you?
you do.
So that's what this is perfect for. And honestly, this is a fantastic price. This is cheaper than I paid for mine 20 years ago, I can assure you. Anyway, in the next hour, we are going to be talking all things quilting. So if you want some tools, you want some ideas about special gadgets and also extra wide backing fabric, Suzie will be back with us at 11 with inspiration and ideas with the 10-inch charm packs. And also, she's made one of every block from this fantastic book. Sold out last time. We've got it back. So if you want some more ideas for quilts, well, I'll see you in the next hour for tools, and we'll see Suzie back. So I'll see you in an hour.
Excellent.
For the charm pack fun.
I'll go and have breakfast.
Have breakfast now. All right, I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple.
Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433 and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
And welcome back to Sewing Street for the Quilting Tools Hour. This is Kat and I's favourite product, which just means we're easily pleased because it's one of the probably the lowest cost. But no, we love this product. I love it for its vintage charm. It is the wooden meter rule. Reminds me of school. Now, $4.99. It's got metric on one side and imperial on the other. Perfectly useful and very good for measuring. But I would have mine as like a decoration, or I'd use it to hang a quilt. So if you've made a nice wall hanging quilt, like maybe a stained glass window or something, put some tabs on the top. It's got holes in either end, so you can hang it up. Just put a little nail in the wall. That's gorgeous, isn't it? But I mean, it actually obviously is a wooden ruler and it is for measuring, but I would use it as a quilt hanger because I think it's lovely. It's only $4.99. Absolutely love this. And it keeps going out of stock. So whenever it comes back in, we're lucky enough we get it on ours. And it just feels really retro. Can we have a look? Like at what it says. Just, it says like here, 1,609 metres equals a mile. Because these things are useful, isn't it? 1 mile equals 1,760 yards. Who knew? 1 yard equals 3 feet. It's just great, isn't it? 91.44 centimetres equals a yard. It just it's lovely. So that's your metric side, and then you've got your imperial side here, and you've got metric as well, strangely. But there you go, you've got 1/8 and 1/4 and 3/8 and 1/2 and 5/8 and 3/4 and that's, so you've got your yard and you've got your metre. It's just a lovely thing. £4.99, just a nice thing to own. It always sells out, and I'm not surprised. We did. We got them in, especially for my birthday, because I love them, and I like the fact they've got the hole so you can hang it up. But useful as well, because I've got a metal one of these, and it's brilliant because you know when you're using your little 30 centimetre ruler, when you really want to measure something wide and you need it to stay nice and stiff, I put that there, and I get my rotary cutting ruler and put it up the other way, and then I've got a really nice right angle. So love this. £4.99. And, you know, doesn't matter, even though it's long, still only get, you also, I feel like I want to point to people as well. Quite good for disciplining people. Come downstairs. And point at people. Don't. Yes, it's a stick of 1 metre, good quality piece of equipment. It will be well used. It's very good for pointing at people. I love it. Anyway, £4.99, one of my favourite things. Right, we've got less than 20 left of those, so please do check out so that you can point to everyone as well with your metre rule. Love it. Can I do this one? Oh, I know it. This is a brilliant. I used this on air the other day, and I can't remember what for, but it's great because it's a 12-inch ruler, but you use it for cutting with. Well, you don't have to use it for cutting with. You can use it for measuring, but because it's clear as well, it's measured in 1/8 inch increments, but you can also use it with your rotary cutter and your cutting mat. Because you know how, well, I have many rulers, obviously, lots of rulers. Sometimes you just want a little one. This is really useful, actually. I have spent my whole weekend doing FPP. Oh, I had a joyful weekend. I worked out how to design FPP, which has been a revelation, and this is brilliant for trimming off your FPP. Morning, Rebecca. I've ordered my metre ruler as soon as I saw it. A great long straight edge. It reminds me of school. It does. That's why I love it. It does. But I am honestly thinking I'm going to use mine for a quilt hanger. I think it'd be brilliant, especially because it's got the holes in it. It does remind me of school. It's lovely. It's only £4.99. But so this is brilliant for, well, just for basic, you know, for measuring and marking, but because you can cut with it as well. You know, you can cut, if you want to, you just cut 1/4 of an inch off something. It's for those little things where you don't want to get your really big ruler out. £6.99. It is fab. I mean, Creative Grids and do loads of rulers. This is Olfa, which are the sort of the cutting mat people, really. I've got an Olfa cutting. That's my cutting mat that's over 20 years old. It's an Olfa one. Still going. But lovely little piece of kit. One of those things you just put in your scissor rack, because I've got a rotating scissor rack, and I put mine in there. Just very nice. Less than 10 of those left. Love these. Love these. Right. Extra wide. Oh, yes, sorry. Kat gave me a trolley. And I forgot to put it on. Right. Extra wide backings. Now, I did talk to you about, I'll show you the wadding in a minute. Extra wide backings. So, nice to use a print backing on your quilt. You don't have to, but I hate joining backing fabric for my quilts. Hate doing it because it's actually, to be honest, a more expensive way of doing it. Extra wide backing is extremely good value for money. This is my favourite one. So, we'll do that one first, because it's got writing on it, and I have a thing about text fabric. I'm going to hold it up so you can see it. So the width of it is 108 inches, 274 centimetres. So when you think of the price of how this works out in comparison, because it's more than twice the width of fabric, normal fabric. So you've got that. There's one. Keeps going. There's another one. And there's another one. So look, you can see how big it is. It's massive. Now, there's only 11 metres. The way that this works, look how big it is because it's sold by the half metre, you will be sent it as one cut piece. So if you need 3 metres for the back of your quilt, you will be sent it as a 3 metre piece. You have to put 6 units in your basket, because obviously it's available in increments of half a metre. You won't be sent it as half metres. But if you just want half a metre, look how much you get. And remember how brilliant quilting weight cotton is for dressmaking. And because it's so wide, you know, I'm thinking if you had to do, wouldn't it be great for a fancy dress if you needed to be a newspaper? This is like all bits from dictionaries though. Forgive, forethought, forethoughtful, foretoken, to prognosticate. What is that? I don't even know what prognosticate means, let alone foretoken. What does that mean? If anyone knows what I thought it was procrastinate, but it's not, it's prognosticate. Well, it's got lots of different memory, nouns, memory. It's just lovely, isn't it? Brilliant for, I covered a lampshade with this kind of text fabric. It looks fab. Only 10 metres late. Brilliant for cushions. Obviously really good for your back of your quilt, but brilliant because of the width of it for things like cushions and tote bags. If you make items for craft fairs, this extra wide quilt backing is brilliant because it's really good value for money. So that's the Tim Holtz dictionary. I will be looking up prognosticate. What the hell does that mean? Love that one. Please do. There's loads of you've got that one in your basket. Please do check out on this one. I like this one as well. This is we found out where this was, didn't we? When the last time I had this on air, somebody messaged in and told us what city it was. Based on the items that were in it, somebody messaged in and told us where it was. Can't remember now. Okay. Right. So this one is like a street map. So if you want that kind of map look, again, brilliant for your quilt back, but obviously brilliant. I mean, it's Tim Holtz, beautiful quality fabric, but obviously really good to use for other items. So your standard width is 112. This is, well, it's over double, but it's only $14.99. So it's double the price of a half normal width, but it's over twice the width. Fantastic. Remember, it will be sent as a whole cut piece. So if you want more of this, if you're thinking, I'd like to make some really nice lightweight curtains with it, or curtain lining would be gorgeous. I want to back my beautiful William Morris with it, or if you bought one of Suzie Duncan's kits in the last hour, just remember the width. It's 274, so work out how much you need. You won't need as much as when you're buying it by the normal half metre. And I wish I could remember where the city was, because somebody told us. Can't remember. Somewhere in America it was. It's so big. Minneapolis. It could be. Oh yeah, it could be. Could be. That rings a bell. I think I read out all the bits on it and somebody worked out where it was. Which is this one. Oh, this is the last Tim Holtz. Oh, I've not seen this one. Oh, so you've got like, I tell you, do you know, when I had to feel it, because it looks textured. It's not, it's just normal quilting weight cotton, but it looks like that kind of tapestry feel. So you've got this lovely blue and white background, and then you've got black print on it. This would be nice with the blue and white quilt from the last hour, wouldn't it? The erasable memorandum pages. A handy companion for the home and workshop. That's lovely, isn't it? Again, remember, you don't just have to use it for quilt backing, because it's extremely good value for money. Isn't that lovely? I would make this into a dress. People would end up reading you though, wouldn't they? Which might be a bit annoying after a while. Oh, what? Oh, prognosticate means to prophesize future events. Well. Oh, I guess it's like prognosis, isn't it? Okay, which I hadn't, yeah. I'm going to prognosticate that this would look like a brilliant dress. But people would read you. Oh, dungarees, yeah, those really sort of lovely baggy ones that tie on the shoulders. Yes, yes, or big, nice black t-shirt underneath, or, you know, just some like those sort of quite wide palazzo pants. Even pyjama bottoms would look nice in this, wouldn't it? Only 4 meters of this left though, so if you want it, put it in your basket and get it checked out. I've got 3 more though. These are paisley prints. They're not Tim Holtz. These are different. So let's start with the blue one. Oh, these are nice. Now, there's only 3.5 meters of the blue. This one is cheaper, £12.99. Less expensive, more affordable, not cheaper, less expensive. So this is same width though, same extra wide. Actually, very soft. This is really soft. This is nice. Got a nice drape to it. I'm thinking tablecloth. Actually, it'd be good for the backing to the stitch and twist, flip and stitch, which the last one. But I'm thinking tablecloth because it's so wide. That would make the most stunning tablecloth, wouldn't it? Jubilee party. But it is only 3 meters left. Remember, it is quilting weight cotton, so you could actually just use it for quilting. You could just use it for your normal patchwork. In fact, if you bought this and some plain white, you'd have the most beautiful blue and white quilt at a very, very affordable price. I like the paisley. It's nice, isn't it? Just classic, isn't it? And then we've got the same one, but in a black and charcoal and shades of grey. Oh yeah, dressing gowns, 5 shades of grey. It's lovely, isn't it? Not 50, there's definitely not 50, but maybe 5. Sorry, just I'm drinking my tea. Hi Rebecca, I love the fact that you use big words and then think about it. You're so lovable to watch. Oh, thank you, Faman. Yeah. Yeah, big words, and then I'm not absolutely sure what they mean. I prognosticate. I love that, and that's my favourite word of the day. Bollard is Kat's favourite word. Why? Bollard. I don't think bollard would be my favourite word. My favourite word is onomatopoeia. Because I think I remember being in an English lesson years ago and learning it and thinking, oh, that's just a brilliant word, isn't it? What's your favourite word, Charlie? Juxtaposition. Gosh, he's very educated, isn't he? And Kat's is bollard and Charlie's is juxtaposition. And I... Yes, let's know what your favourite word is. Not your least favourite, because that'll probably make me feel a bit sick. Susie's least favourite word, she just said, was moist. When she was here, she said, I don't like that word. Ooh. Right, this is the cream one. Oh, yeah, pyjamas. That would be... Well, you'd look quite posh, wouldn't it? That's lovely. But I do think, I mean, cushions would be nice, though, wouldn't it? But good for... Well, I mean, it's obviously a backing. Nice for a backing. Yeah, you remember the tassel maker I had from last week? Nice with some gold tassels on it, wouldn't it? Kind of, it's not, but it looks slightly like it's got like little metallic bits in it because there's this slight shimmer to it. I don't know how. It's just obviously the way that it's been designed. It's lovely though, isn't it? Actually, do you know what? It'd be good for a plique because you cut out the individual paisleys. Anyway, that's your backing fabric. Wadding. Now, this is my favourite wadding, and I'm sure you are bored with me saying that because it is. I love this. Now, this is brilliant because we have this in mahoosive, another of my favourite words, mahoosive rolls, because they would be because it's quite squidgy. And we cut it to order, so you can have as much as you like. So again, this is really wide, 244 centimetres. It's my favourite wadding because it's cotton mixed with polyester. So it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. You get the feel, the loveliness of the cotton, the lightness, because cotton is great. It's warm and warm in winter and cool in summer, like wool. But the polyester gives it that extra strength. So when you've quilted with it, you put it in your washing machine on a totally 100 cold wash, and you sit in front of the washing machine with your fingers crossed that nothing runs, because if you're like me, you haven't pre-washed your fabrics. And it didn't run actually. And then it comes out slightly shrunken a bit, but just enough so that those quilting stitches that you've done, it gives it that little antique-y look. Gorgeous wadding anyway. And it's quite thin, so it's really nice. It's super needled, so it's really easy to quilt through. But it does give quite a nice loft. So it's not like you're super squishy. It's just a really nice wadding. But we sell it by the half metre, so it's £6.99. Always have half a metre this around anyway, because brilliant for the insides of makeup bags, tote bags, backs of cushions. Even if you've made like a little cosmetic purse or something, you just put a little bit of this, because it's not, I mean, it's not fusible or anything, but I find what I do is when I'm using it is I press my fabric on top of it as if it were fusible, but it's not. And it's just enough. You can then sort of pin it or tack it. It has a slight surface to it, so when you press it, it sort of sticks to it, although it's not fusible, but it's just enough for you to be able to then pin or tack without everything moving about. But anyway, we sell it by the half metre, so if you need 3 metres of it, put 6 units and you will get it as a whole piece, which is brilliant. So if you're making like a super king quilt, or work out the length you need, and it's so wide that you quite often have a little bit left that you cut off the width, you can then use for all those cosmetic bags and the like. Anyway, gorgeous, £6.99. It's also the I think the most inexpensive way of buying wadding. You should see the size of the rolls. We'll take a photo for you in the warehouse. They're massive. I love the word alliteration. Oh, I do as well. Yes, makes me smile, because I was so pleased when I understood what it meant by a poet, and I said another word for rhyme. What was that then? Alliteration. Silly Susan sews at Sewing Street. There we go. Yeah, we can say that. Obstreperous. Oh, I like that. I've actually been called obstreperous in school reports. Obstreperous is my complete favourite word, and can think of many it applies to. No, I used to have that in school reports, but yes. Kat thought of Wendy Orlando. Oh, I hope she's not watching. Oh, procrastination. Procrastination is, love that one. How far apart would you recommend between quilting with this wadding? Well, no, it does say somewhere. There's kind of a minimum and a maximum. Quite often they will say, I mean, I'd quilt that 3 inches apart, but I've also quilted that 1/4 of an inch. So it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It works well if you really want to do very narrow, but you can go up to 3 inches. It's fine. Oh, it says maximum of 20 centimetres, so 8 inches. I'm not sure I'd leave 8 inches, but that's what it says. So you could do. I think you get a better look if you quilt a little bit denser than that, but you only because it hangs together better. I think you get more of that puffy look. Basting spray. The June Taylor basting spray. So this is really good stuff. I was just seeing whether it says anything about fabrics and whether you can use anything. It doesn't really say, does it? So this is really good if you don't want to be tacking, and who does. You lay your backing fabric down, and then your wadding, and then your top fabric on top, and then you peel back the top fabric and you spray the wad. Always spray the wadding, not the fabric, and then you smooth it over, and it's like a temporary glue, so you don't have to tack, because nobody likes tacking. It's fantastic. Then you turn your quilt sandwich over, and you pull back the backing fabric, and you spray the wadding, not the fabric, and you push that back, and you just smooth it out with your hands. It's fantastic. No pinning, no tacking, none of that. I like the word poppadom because it's a fun word. I do. Poppadom, 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 poppadom. That's a brilliant word. I never thought about that. Yeah, so that's cat, poppadom, bollard. Yes, bollard. I guess it depends what you like the word for, doesn't it? Bollard. Oh, we like long words. My favourite is Ouagadougou. Now, I love that, capital of Burkina Faso. I thought until very recently, because I decided this year I was going to learn every capital of the country in 1 year, starting in alphabetical order. So I started with Albania, Tirana. No, Albania, Tirana. No, the first one is actually Afghanistan is the first one, I think. And then I got to Burkina Faso and I thought it was Ouagadougou. And I absolutely love that. And then I found you say it Ouagadougou and it's not as good, is it? How about Brunei, though? That took me a long time to learn. Bandar Seri Begawan. Anyway, I got to G and then I've got a bit bored. So vacillate. Yeah, vacillate. That's a good word. We all like words. Oh, Ouagadougou. That is my favourite one. Oh, Julie hates same phenomenon. And what's the one she likes? Oh, Quixote, like Don Quixote, or Quixotic. Quixote. Quixotic. Because it's after Don Quixote. Well, I wonder that, because he was a bit of a, well, I wonder whether that's an explanation of what he's like. Because he was a bit of a lover, wasn't he, Don Quixote? Yeah. So whether that is a reflection on being like Don Quixote, I don't know. Quilting gloves. Quilting gloves. Could you have a look up, Kat, and see what that does mean? Because we need to know. I've got some of these, and the reason I've got them is because I opened the packet, so I was allowed to keep them. And so I won't open this packet. They are really good because... Oh, it means extremely idealistic and unrealistic. Well, he was a bit of a hero, wasn't he, Don Quixote? Obviously, an unrealistic and idealistic. Oh, I'd like to be. I know, I think I'm probably a bit too practical to be Quixotic. Oh, well. These quilting gloves, they've got like little rubbery bits on the fingers, so that when you're quilting a really big quilt and you've got to push it through and hold it through, this gives you the grip. Because what I do before I had my quilting gloves, I would hold it to move it through. If it's just a cushion, that's fine. But when you're quilting a whole big size quilt and you need to move it through your machine, Cara recommends these. Cara Ackerman loves them. And they are really good. Now I've got them. And actually, I have used mine before. When I'm doing a bit of embroidery on white or something, I need to be really careful and keep it very clean. I have put them on. Not for sewing with, but for sort of moving things, you know, because they are a very clean pair of white gloves. But they are really good. You know, if you've ever quilted a really big quilt, it actually makes your hands ache in the end and your wrist to get it through. These, because they've got the grips, you just put your hands on it and you just slide them through. I won't open them, otherwise I'll have to keep another pair, and I've got one. So, and they're also, now these are medium to large. Now I've got quite little hands and they're absolutely fine for me. So I don't know why they come in different sizes, but I have got short fingers. I've always wanted really long fingers. I've got really, yeah. Have you got pianist hands? I've not got pianist hands. I wonder what hands I've got. Short fingers, and they're fine on me. Right, that's that one. The seam ripper. Oh, I love a seam ripper. Can I take this one out? Yes. Now, I love a seam ripper. Well, as I said, this weekend was totally dedicated to FPP. And I discovered, because I did the same FPP many times, I've never done a full FPP without having to unpick something. This is the best thing. Because if you try and unpick it, and if you try and unpick without a seam ripper, you end up ripping the paper. But if you use one of these... Now, remember when you use them, to see this little red blobby bit there, have that downwards. So, for example, right, can you see? If your seam, run that underneath. Don't put it that way because you'll rip your fabric. But that is, always have the red ball down. And then you don't rip your fabric. They are brilliant as well, is if you're sewing two pieces of fabric together and you've got the seams on top and you want them to stay open or to one side, you can hold the seam down with this as you sew through and then it won't go on. That's what I use mine for a lot. They are brilliant for cutting buttonholes, and also, they're quite good for pointing at people with as well. They're also really good for, you know, if you do a post box opening because you're making a pocket, good for slitting that bit. You can also use, because they're quite nice and sharp, if you've used Bondaweb. I did write a feature for Simply Sewing once when I worked on it, and what you could do with the seam ripper is not just, that's how I know all these things. If you've got to rip the paper on the back, quaffable, from Fiona in Somerset, with you Fiona, and I've got a lot of quaffable items in my life. Quaffable items would be rhubarb and ginger gin. Very quaffable. Quaffable is things that are very drinkable. And I'd go rhubarb and ginger gin with that one. What would you go, Kat? Favourite drink of choice? Ice cold glass of Coke over a rhubarb gin. Well, you're a cheap date, aren't you? Penultimate. Oh, no, I like penultimate. It can be good and bad. You either have another to look forward to, or you only have to suffer one more. From dying in Hampshire. Yeah, you're right, actually. And also, I like that word because it makes you sound quite intelligent, doesn't it? You go, oh, so this is the penultimate thing. And people who don't understand it go, yeah. And you sound really intelligent. I like that word. Hi all. I don't like vocabulary, maybe because I can't say it from Lindsay in Greater Manchester. Vocabulary. Yeah, there are some words that are really difficult to say, aren't there? Vocabulary. To keep going through for your seam ripper, they are, so for scoring the back of Bondaweb, they are really useful for that, but I would not be without mine. I'm just going to see if I can put it back in the packaging, or I'll have to have another one. It's such a shame when I have to have these things, isn't it? I'll do that later. They do, well, I lose them as well. I found if you drop them on the carpet, they stick in. Now again, I use this, or if you FPP. Yeah, so if you're in the new club, are you in the Scrappy EPP group with me and Jenny and the 700 other people? Loving. And Kat's in it as well. The Sew Line fabric glue pen. Now, I'll tell you what, I use this from FPP as well. Didn't realise how useful it was. Marvellous. Scrappy Hexy fun. These are brilliant. Once you've got them, I mean, obviously they are fantastic for EPP. Saves all that nasty tacking. I won't say it because I know some people do love tacking their EPP, but you can just stick it on and on it stays forever. And it comes off really easy. Brilliant for putting zips in because you can just sew that in. Anything that you don't really want to pin, it doesn't add any weight. It's water soluble and it's fine. Do not use a Pritt stick. I tried that and it is a nightmare to get off. So don't use a Pritt stick. But these Sew Line pens are fab. And we have these. Now, you will get through a lot of the refills. We have no idea why they come in different colours because they dry clear. I think it's just for the fun. You get 25 hexes out of one glue stick. Really? You must use a lot of glue. I'm quite tight with mine. I put little blobs. Cat's a dragger. I'm a blobber and Cat's a dragger. If you ever stick fabric to EPP shape, you'll know exactly what we mean. So if you buy the fabric glue pen, it does come with one free refill. Well, not free. It comes with one free. There's one in there and there's one there. So you get 2 glue sticks, but there's nothing worse than running out. So if you want the refill pack, do buy that as well. But for things like putting zips in, particularly when you're sewing them between 2 layers of fabric, when you've got the outer and the lining, it just keeps it still. Really good for FPP as well, I've discovered. Well, I knew it was for the starting shape, but for the big flappy shapes at the end, it's really good for that as well. But they are designed specifically for fabric, and once you've had one, you will discover the amazing uses for them. But stock up. Oh, last few chances. That comes with blue. Well, actually, when we had Jenny Jackson, the EPP Queen, on air, I said to her, do you know why they're different colours? No idea, because they all dry clear. Strange that, isn't it? This one comes with the blue one. And the refill pack's got yellow, white and pink. No idea why. Anyway, if you buy the pen, buy the refills. Marvellous. What should we do next? Favourite word, footer. Footer, as in header and footer. Footer.
Clover roll and press. This is really good for FPP as well. I'll stop talking about it in a minute. Really good, these things. Hi, my favourite word when I'm feeling nervous is having the collie wobbles. I love that. Got the collie wobbles. Maybe, see, you can have favourite words that are quite impressive, like onomatopoeia, because it sounds nice, but then you can have little phrases and words that just make you laugh. I like that, the collie wobbles. Gert lush, I love that. When I first worked in Bristol, that's what they say is really fantastic, is Gert lush. And I love, and there's nothing better than Gert lush. And there used to be, outside the back of the station, then they closed it, a big yurt, like a marquee thing, a yurt, that was a cafe, and it was called Yurt Lush. Don't think it's there anymore. But if you come from the West Country, you will know what Gert Lush means. And there is no better expression than it. That's just Gert Lush. Anyway, roll and press. Short-fingered people are supposed to be very practical. Oh, thank goodness for that. Loving the show. No housework done during birthday week, so now catch up. Love to all. Don't do housework. Housework is very, very boring. Don't footer, don't fidget. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, I thought it was like header and footer, like on a page. Don't footer is don't fidget. Oh, well, I've taught you Gert Lush. Got the Jimmy legs. What does that mean, Dawn? Is that the collie, same as collie wobbles? I've got the Jimmy legs. Right, cloven roller press. It's like a little steamroller. It's one of those things where you think, well, isn't that just a bit of plastic? What does that do? It's amazing, but it's Clover, is it? You know Clover design fab things, don't they? It's really good for pressing seams open when A, you can't be bothered to get your iron out, but more importantly, B, when you've got to press things that you want to do just quickly while you're sitting at your sewing machine, or fabrics that you can't press, like PU, vinyl, some satins and silks and velvets, but particularly the ones that melt, then you can use this to press the seam open, and you can do it. And it's not, if you were doing it like on a cotton fabric, it's not as brilliant as obviously a super steam press, but it's just enough to be able to hold it open. So when you're doing like FPP, you need to press the seam open, then quickly sew in. But if you're doing anything with leather or PU or vinyl, where, you know, you can put some fabric on top and press it, but then it does change. It can melt. You have to be really careful. This is absolutely perfect for it. And a lot of people I know, when they're doing patchwork, using normal cotton fabric that you can press, you get just as good, because it's although it is plastic, but it's got a really solid roll on it. It's brilliant for that. You can do it for straight seams or curved seams. So you know when you get those little curved seams, say you're setting a sleeve in something and you can't get your iron in, you can get it just in with this. It's lovely. Yeah, things like the quilt as you go, where you can't iron it. Yeah, if you've used an erasable marker pen on anything, a heat erasable one, very annoying when you iron it, isn't it? Because I've done that before. Then use the, oh, I can't get it all back in now, the Clover roll and press. Look, I've got it back in. But I've got my own, so I don't need to keep that one. Stiletto. Don't like stilettos, so uncomfortable. I went to this dinner dance on Saturday night, and there was a woman opposite me. She had on the highest stilettos. Honestly, I watched it all night, just waiting for her to have to go to the toilet. I thought, there's no way she's going to walk in those. She managed it. I wouldn't. Oh, so uncomfortable. And they were those ones that have got the red soles as well, aren't they? Those Louboutins or something. They're very, very expensive. That was posh, wasn't it? It was one of those charity dinner dances. This is completely different. So this has got a rubbery end, so you can hold it. So you know when I was saying about using your stitch ripper for holding seams open, this is brilliant for that. So it's got a sharpish bit there. So you can hold it for your sewing. But this rubbery bit, you can hold that and you can press over it and it's absolutely fine. It grips. So it's fine. This bit is really good for when you turn out corners, because you can push it into the corners. But when you want to, particularly if you're doing things like, in fact, like this picture here where you're doing mitered corners and you want to press them, you try putting your finger then, because you want the steam iron on, and then the steam burns your fingers. It's great for that because it's heat resistant as well. So you can just use this to hold seams flat because it's a little edge, and then you can just press up to them.
Just a very useful poking tool. Very, very good for pointing at people as well, and not quite... There's a theme, isn't there? Good for pointing at people. Maybe I'm a frustrated wannabe teacher to point at people. Oh no, I couldn't do that. Quilter's tape. Now, who was telling... Oh, Lisa Lamb, wasn't she? Wasn't she telling us about... No, but she would... That was double-sided, but she was talking... I know that was the double-sided stuff, wasn't it? This is single-sided, so this is brilliant for marking quilts. So, you know, we were talking about Susie's quilt, if you're with me in the last hour. If you wanted to do, like, a crosshatch grid on your quilt, and you obviously don't want to permanently mark it, it's only got a very light adhesive. So you just stick this on in the pattern or the shape you want. So what you can do is you can put a ruler on top of your fabric. If you don't want to mark it, or you're unsure about it, or you don't know whether it will stay, maybe you're quilting something like PU, a very lightweight one, or a velvet or something that you don't want to mark or you can't mark. This is brilliant. And then all you do is you stitch alongside it and then you just pull it off again. So it's great for quilting on things that you can't mark with a marker. Only 6 of those left. Only $1.99, so if you want it, you need to put that one in your basket very quickly. Yes. Oh. So someone's who was that? Vida's message say that the glues are different colours, so you can see them on different fabrics. Oh, I guess so. It depends what you use them for. I suppose with EPP it doesn't really matter, does it? But yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yes, because if you were using it on a black fabric, you would want the yellow, wouldn't you? Oh, thank you for that. I've been wondering. We have got some fabric bundles, which are very useful for quilting. This is the crocus one. What is it called? Oh, it's hyacinth. Yeah, okay. I was thinking crows. Yeah, but hyacinth. So we'll start off with the leaves. And then these are your colours of hyacinth bouquet. So we've got the deep purple, and then we've got the lighter one, and then we've got this lovely very pink raspberry, pale pink, and then your cream as well. So that's your hyacinth bundle. 3 meters, so you get 6 half meters for £20.99. This is our plain fabric, quilting weight cotton, beautiful quality, 14 centimeters, 44 inches. Loads of you got this in your baskets. Now, if you buy multiples of this, they do come as pre-cut half meters, so you will just get that. They won't be, it's not like when we sell our fabric by the half meter, we sell it as whole, you know, you get it as a whole cut piece. These are pre-cut into the half, so if you've got more than one of these in your basket, you will still get them as separate half meters like this. But that is your hyacinth, isn't it? I like that. Or crocus. Feel like I've seen crocuses like that. Just nice, really. Is the next one called daffodil? Oh, I got that one right. Or Nas. So we've got daffodil. Now there's only 8 of these. So this is your kind of, this feels like almost like the bottom of the stem or the soil. Nice, lovely olivey colour. And then here's your stems of your daffodils. Because they do, when they first come out, they're like super bright green, aren't they? And then later on they go darker. And then you've got all the shades of the daffodil. Or you know those double daffodils? And narcissi. Look at those beautiful, very close shades of yellow. And then cream. Oh, is that one lemon? Yeah, do you know, funny, against the yellow, because that's so yellow, this is lemon. So that is your daffodil. So if you just love the cut, I mean, $24.99 for 3.5 meters. That's good, isn't it? So if you love that colourway, you don't obviously have to make a daffodil with it, but it is that lovely springs yellow, and it's so nice to be able to get 4 shades of yellow. That's lovely, isn't it? $24.99. Rose and Hubble plain cotton fabric, quilting weight, so it is beautiful quality. Works really well if you want to mix and match it with your designer fabrics as well, because it's the same weight. And then the last bundle is like spring, Easter. Actually, no, it's quite Eastery, isn't it? Easter. So we've got Easter blue, Easter pink, Easter green. Actually, that's very spring green, isn't it? That's the sky with the lambs gambling in the field. Yeah, that's the pink flowers that have just come up. That's the purple flower. No, that's the orange flowers. That's the sunset. But it's like it looks like Easter egg packaging, doesn't it? So that's your Easter bundle. So if you want to make something for your Easter table, you're thinking, how about a set of napkins? Oh, they'd be nice, wouldn't they? So you've got 1/2 metre, right? That's 2 napkins, because that's a good size, isn't it? And you obviously get 2 of those. So that is, how many have you got? 5, 10 napkins. Perfect for your Easter table. Do a nice double mitered border on that. For a hem, it'd look lovely, wouldn't it? Or lots of you checking that out, but I'm thinking of one of my friends got married once, and just one of my friends who got married, I made them for their wedding because they'd been living together for years. So what do you get for people who live together for years? I made them a set of napkins in linens in this sort of colour, but then I bound them in one of the other colours, and then I embroidered their names on them. Well, their names, and then the other ones were just like guest. Guest. Yeah, one for just myself, and then that was their present. And it was really nice, actually, because when people have got everything, what do you get them? So I did put their names on. I should have put, like, you've been gone too long on one of them, or time to leave, or you weren't invited. Rotary cutters. Ooh. We were talking rotary cutters, so we have 3 different sizes. Now, I've always said there are only 3 sizes because I didn't realise that was that size, because there's another one, a bigger one, a 660mm. We have actually started stocking that. We do this one. Now, obviously, we know that Clover products are brilliant, brilliant quality because they are designed by the company Clover, who know a lot about stitching and quilting and all the different things you need. They're always beauty done. They're fab. They do fab things, like their pom-pom makers are brilliant. They're always really, really good. So basically, the 45mm is your Goldilocks one. This is one that we always use. So, but that isn't the only size. This is for your normal cutting and stuff. But the little one, the baby one, 18mm, it's like using a pen. It is tight enough for that. So if you've got to cut out really curved, tight shapes, you want to have control of, because I'm not brilliant at cutting. You know, on the sewing bee, they always use their big rotary cutters and they cut out dress patterns. I end up cutting my fingers off doing that. Yeah, see, Delphine can do it. Maybe it takes practice. I just can't do it. But this little one, you can really use like a little pen. So if you've got to cut out small places, maybe you're doing like a plique and you've got all the bond web shapes. It's so small that you can go quite slowly and get around the shapes. It's brilliant for that. So if you have to cut, if you're doing something where you're cutting out little shapes, like for a plique things, this is brilliant. We actually does come as well, just so you know, you can buy refills for this one. When I first saw that, I thought, when are we going to be, what if I can't get refills? But you can buy, look, baby ones. Yeah, I bet we can't. Look, you get 2. The box is much bigger than the refill. I love that. But great for storing them. But that's what once I've used them, that's what I store my blunt ones in as well. I do write on it blunt, so I know which one I'm using. So you get 2 in that. Obviously, you get 1 blade in that. But if you want some very fine cutting, if you find cutting around curves not easy, then this is brilliant. Much finer. So that's the 18mm. Then we have the 28mm. Now, again, that's kind of your halfway house. So it's not as fine as the little baby one. But if you want, but obviously trying to cut out anything big with that wouldn't be great because it'll take you a long time with the circumference of it. It would take you a lot of time to go. That's the 45mm. Sorry, one moment. That's the 45. I know I started off with the 45, I was on the wrong one. But this one is for fine cutting, so this is kind of halfway between. I use this one a lot for cutting my FPP because I'm only cutting very short lengths. Quite good for cutting out hexes, because it's just smaller, it's a bit more manageable. If you're thinking about, well, I'd like to cut out pattern pieces, particularly at armholes and things like that, but I'm struggling using the 45mm for that. The 18 is too small for doing that. That's for tiny little pieces. This is ideal if you want to cut dress patterns, but you struggle like I do with the 45mm. And it does come with blade, and it does come if you want blades. Pack of 2. They come in their own triangular packages. Less than 10 available of these. We don't often get them in, but if you buy the cutter, I would get yourself a pack of blades because it is worth it. But if you're starting to think, I want to be cutting more curved shapes out with my rotary cutter, or small things, remember, because the circumference is that much smaller, you've got more control. So the 28mm is fine. And then obviously the 45mm, which is just the middle of the road Goldilocks one that you use for your main patchwork and quilting. Very ergonomic as well, really nice to use, and you can use it upright or at an angle. And it also comes with all the instructions very easily to see how to replace the blades, which is quite important, isn't it, when you forget how to do it. If you want spare blades, what's brilliant I've discovered about these rotary cutters is you can buy any make of blade and they fit all of them. They obviously had a decision, not like those Apple charger cables. Every time they bring out a new one, it's got a different cable, isn't it? Although apparently they're going to bring them all back in line. I'm looking forward to that point because I've got a drawer full. But these rotary blades will fit all of them. So although that's so easy and that's clever, it doesn't matter. Always have some. There's 3 in here. And they come with a nice little case. So once you've used all of those, I do keep one of these cases and I write on it old blades, because otherwise where do you put the old ones? Because you definitely can't put them in the bin. I guess you can dispose them. Maybe you can dispose them with the needles, but I do keep them in the plastic case. So that's all the cutters. Oh yes, this big one, the Fiskars. Now this is fab. This is what loads of you have put in your reviews is fantastic when you struggle with your wrists or with dexterity of holding, because with your rotary cutter you've got to hold the ruler flat with one hand, and then you've got to apply quite a decent amount of pressure on your cutter to go through. But this, you just press the handle down and push and it cuts. There's a picture of it. So it's very solid, so it doesn't move very easily, so you're not having to apply too much pressure. And all you do is so safe as well. You press with your hand, and it's the flat of your hand that you press down on it, and then you just move it along and it will cut. So it's absolutely brilliant if you struggle. Have a look or ask on the Facebook page. There's a lot of you I know have reviewed this and have said how great it is when you struggle. Or if you're cutting a lot of fabric, I know a lot of people who maybe make items for workshops or have small shops, they use these because it's great when you've got a lot of cutting, because it's such a long length. The 24 inches long and 6 inches wide, so really good for cutting full widths of fabric folded in half. And it will cut lots of layers as well. So it's brill. Oh, we do the early bird. Where's my little pot gone? I have my little pot. Now, we started with hundreds of these. So if you weren't here at 8, why not? I was. Now, I said I was here at 6. Yeah, where were you? Where were you? In the farm shop services at 5 o'clock. Yeah, my friend was in the farm shop services this morning. Now, these are fab. I said to Kat before we went, because I've seen them, but I've never used them. And I said, well, I don't think I'd bother with these, because don't you just, how are they going to work? So when I've got these type of spools, I try and put it in. You see that little groove? You can put them in there, but they always seem to come undone, or I don't get them in. These are fab, because I've got a beautiful wooden spool rack where they're all loved, and I've got a big box full of threads, obviously. They've always got threads hanging down off them, because however much you try, and if you've got spools like that don't have a catchy thing, I thought about using sellotape. Some people use elastic bands, but these are brilliant, because you just pop it round that and it holds the thread. Oh, and it was $9.99, but we've got a special price today. We were supposed to be $6.99, but it's the day of Cat's special offer deal, $5.99 for 20 of these. So if you've got a small one, reel, that is. Even if you've got a small one, it will fit. Even if you have a small reel of thread, it will fit. And even if you have a big one, just carry on the theme, it will fit. Because although it doesn't go all the way around, it will hold the thread. They come in pink, yellow, green and blue. Because what's happened to all that thread that hangs down? You cut it all off. What a waste. Don't waste it. I was thinking as well, because they come in these different colours, you could use them. You could put all your like sort of special threads, like your metallics or whatever, or your quilting weight threads, all in one colour, or you could colour code them. Now you get 20 in a pack. We had loads this morning. We have sold loads as well. But the price will go back up to £9.99 at midnight. So if you want these are brilliant. I also ask people for what else they do with them, because I'm feeling like with the fabric clips, there's most uses. Some people were saying cables. You know, when you've got all those cables like at the back of your telly, put them all in. Yeah, we've got a box full of sewing machine cables that all get tangled up. Brilliant for that. I would use them for my headphones that are on wires. You could keep things together. Someone then said knitting needles, brilliant. Sets of 5 DPNs, fantastic for them because they all come in these colours. So that when you flatten them out, they look like a slug. See? They look like a slug. But they bounce off the people. Hours of fun. Game. So we still have got, I just want to bring them back because we have got a few left, but aren't they great? So if you have got a box full of threads that are all tangled like mine, or even a nice storage rack, pop these round them. There we go. Particularly if you're taking a reel of thread and you're travelling or you're going to a workshop or something and you've got it in your box, you want to just keep it nice and neat so it doesn't get caught around anything else. Oh, is Jenny Jackson watching? Morning, Jenny. Hope you're feeling better. She got COVID. Got COVID of all his time. And she was supposed to be sending out I ordered one set of EP pieces, so I had to order another set. And then she got COVID. I know. Well, it's because I want to make lots and lots. I want to make them all and then I'm going to sew them together. So these are the brilliant multicoloured thread spool huggers. Pack of 20, £5.99. Go back up to £9.99 at midnight. Let me know what you're going to do with yours. Because I feel that there are more than one use to these. So less than 30 left. Lots and lots of you buy multiples because I don't know anyone who only owns 20 reels of thread, except for people who don't sew and then they, well, I don't really know those people. Most people who sew have more than 20. Oh, very quickly, yes, the bobbin winder, because it comes with a free pattern. Have we got the video? Right. I was going to demonstrate this, but then we realised I'd have to take the battery lever off. So we have got a little video. Look, it's a little suitcase. Look. Okay, and when you open the suitcase, it's this. But do you want to see what it actually does? Independent bobbin winder. I love this. Comes with free pattern. Not those. Free pattern. Should we watch the video? There's Alison. I was on that show actually, yeah. There's only 20 of these left. Yeah, what are we chatting about? Probably chatting about the fact that I really, really want one of these. There's no sound. 6th of December if you want it. So basically, look, you put your thread through there. So this means that if you want to wind your bobbins without having to do it on your sewing machine, so pre-wind them, or you don't want to unthread your machine, you can do it like Alison says. She does that in the evening and winds loads. And the reason we sell them is because Alison had one. She told us about them, so we bought them. And then we bought more. And then we bought more. And this time they come with a free pattern as well. So all you do is you thread it all round. We're obviously getting a bit, a lot of chatting. Yeah, about how much I want one probably. And then you thread it in your bobbin and then you just press the button and it winds it all up. And it comes with the free simplicity pattern for an apron. Come on, Alison, this is my fault for chatting to her. Flick that over like that. And she said she'd had hers for years and the batteries had never run out. No, we can't guarantee that. Oh, ignore that. That was the special offer that day. We can't get rid of that. The price is $19.99. So it means that you can wind your bobbins up at any other time. And look at that. And there it goes, does it for you. So, and it winds them as tightly as your machine would done. So if you want to sit there and wind some bobbins up, or yeah, several people messaged in to say it actually winds them better than your machine does. So if you don't want to unthread your machines or you want to get ahead, and I love the fact it comes in a little suitcase. So sweet, isn't it? Right, a message. Morning all. I've just received the Borneo Tropical Midnight. Oh, it is beautiful, isn't it? And the Tasmania Tropical Cerise. Oh, now that was the one I did the demo, wasn't it? Oh, I love that. And the Borneo Tropical Midnight. Oh, it's the velvet fabric we had on Tuesday in the birthday show. Wow, it's beautiful. Got my birthday badge too. Happy Monday from Vanessa. I know that velvet is gorgeous, isn't it? Oh, I get to announce the winner. Yesterday, for the final birthday day, the prize was, no way, a sewing machine, one of those steam irons, a naked lighting light, a huge bolt of fabric from Stopf, fabrics from Rose & Hubble, a thread set, and then a huge hemline gold hamper. That was the finale prize, and drum roll. The winner of that fantastic prize is Jackie Jarvis. Jackie Jarvis, you are the luckiest person I know. What a fantastic, a sewing machine, a steam iron, all that fabric, the light, wow. Well done, Jackie. I hope you're watching. You will be the envy. Everybody wants to be Jackie Jarvis today. I do. What a fantastic prize. Right, I'm going to have a little quick break now while I pack away my bobbin winder. We've got Suzie back with us, and she's got one of our best-selling books about charm pack quilting. She's going to demonstrate how to make all the blocks, and we've got loads of 10-inch charm packs for you to choose from as well. If you've got any questions about patchwork quilting or anything else, really, anything you can think of, message in. Suzie is your quilting guru. She will know the answer. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. Sorry, a little bit late. Cat fell into the back of the telly.
But apparently it's
I
okay.
said you dropped something. She goes, it's fine. It's just the back of the telly. Anyway. Luckily, we haven't broken anything. Anyway. Susie's favourite word is discombobulate.
I know, I love it.
Is that like taking your brain out or something?
It's basically where you're just all of off kilter. Everything's just wrong, isn't it? Yeah, bobulated. I just think it's such a fab word.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Discombobulate. Somebody sent things in that we don't know. Quixotic, we like that one.
Which one?
Oh, I know why we said it. There was a word on that Tim Holtz fabric, but I didn't know
yes.
what it meant.
Oh, okay. That fabric was amazing.
It was,
Love
wasn't
that
it?
fabric.
Loved that one.
And wide back as well. How useful was that?
I know, really want one of them. But anyway, sorry. This hour is all about the time-saving Charm Quilts book by Annie's Quilting. Now, we had this in stock before, sold out, so we have got it back. What I think is amazing, is it's £8.99 and you get 8 projects.
I know, £1 each.
Just over £1 each.
Crazy.
And I can work that out.
Crazy. Well, if you add in all the tips and things.
Yes, so
and
if you put the tips at £1.
Yeah.
And all the quilt projects. So it is a brilliant book.
Yeah.
Every time we've had it in twice and it sells out. So this is your moment, your perfect moment. And I'm not going to sing it. Because we see these fantastic charm squares and want to buy them because they look lovely and then go, what am I going to make with it then?
Or you're frightened to use it because you don't want to disrupt the beautiful way they've been
packaged.
packaged.
Get like this charm pack and go, ooh.
Yeah. And
isn't that
cakes.
beautiful?
That is what you sit and do.
Yeah, and you go,
you literally just
ooh.
flick the corner, don't you? Like one of those books you used to draw as a little person.
Yeah, what's weird, isn't it, is that the 10-inch charms, you get 4 times as much fabric as a 5-inch charm, but it doesn't cost 4 times the price.
No.
It's amazing.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
Shh. So, in the book, anyway, we have 8 different patterns. So what did you think about the book then, Susie? We'll go through the book together.
I love this book. This is the second time I've had the privilege of presenting this book here. And I absolutely love it. There isn't one single project in here I don't want to make.
Really?
Yeah, they are lovely projects. The instructions are really clear and concise. It tells you exactly what size. Yeah, I love the fact that it tells you the block size as well, because then you can, if you want to increase it, you've got the measurements to work it all out.
Do they all use a whole charm pack?
No. So, no, what they use, I mean, they use 5-inch squares, which is a charm pack, but we've got layer cakes. Now you're going to say, well, why have you got layer cakes if they want charm squares? It's because you're going to cut, it's cheaper, but because, say, for example, this first one, the crisscross that you're looking at.
Yes, I like the crisscross.
That uses 144 5-inch squares.
Right.
Well, you're going to have to buy a lot of charm packs to get 144 5-inch squares. Well, with the layer cake, you get 4 from one 10-inch square. So
And there's
there's 42 in there. So you've got 168.
Wow. And I guess what you
So
can
you
do
can
is cut them
instantly
quite
do.
easily into those
Absolutely
squares.
you
Maybe
can.
not all of them in one go.
No, I wouldn't.
Unless you've got a massive rotary cutter or a laser.
And you're
But a few at a time.
confident. Yeah, but you can easily do that. But it means that you make use of your layer cakes.
Yes.
And it's all colour coordinated. But the great thing about the designs in this book is they all use, because they use packs, it means you've got that that cacophony
so you're
of
not
colour
trying
going
to
on.
convert a non-layer cake pack
Absolutely.
to your charm pack.
No.
So we've got the crisscross throw.
Yeah.
So we'll have a look through and then
Yeah.
we'll talk about the blocks. Fishtails.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It is nice. Really nice one, that one. 2 blocks made the same way, just one is slightly smaller, so you border it so that when you put them together
Yeah.
they look like they're individually sashed. Very clever design.
Oh, that's good. Oh yeah, there's a bigger picture
No
there.
waste as well.
Oh, it does. No, that's quite good, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
it's kind of an illusion quilt,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's quite clever.
Nice. Then we've got the charmingly mod. Applique instead of piecing inset seams. That's quite good, isn't it? So
Yes.
again, it works with all the different colourways, but a fabric collection that hangs together.
Yes, so with this one you've got a lot of background and not a lot of colour. But if you've got some beautiful, things like the caifs and the really bold prints.
Yeah, where you really want to use them.
Exactly. Would work really well for this because the plain
Yeah.
background would showcase them.
Ooh, like that one, Sonnet
Yes.
Dusk. We'll have a look at those in a minute. Work really well with Sonnet Dusk.
But again, the book describes raw edge fusible applique. So if it's something you've never tackled before, it's such a good way of doing it. And it tells you about hand appliquing versus sewing, machine sewing. So you know where to pivot and where to stop.
So you've got a lot of technique in here
it's
then.
amazing, yeah. So I think you've gone beyond your £8.99 already.
Right, yeah, because we go 50 pence for the instructions.
Yeah.
And then we've got Boston Charms. Now this is lovely, isn't it? Because again, you can see this is using sort of a colourway of fabrics.
Yes, and again, this is the circles are appliqued, but it's just good fun. I think this would be lovely for a teenage bedroom or any person who's really into planets and things, because you could have these as the different planets. You could even embroider the names on them if you wanted.
That's really nice,
I just think
isn't
it's
it?
a really nice.
I like that one. And I like the fact they give you the full size quilt layout.
Yes.
Because it's always nice to see that sort of inspirational photo, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it's really nice to see what the actual thing looks
Yes, especially if you want to change the colours yourself.
like. Yes, so it's easier to look at that and go, okay, so I'm going red.
That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Or
absolutely.
mustard.
Yeah.
And then baby pinwheels.
So this was the one that I did on when I came before.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely loved this design. It's all half square triangles, but don't let that put you off. And it's just a placement that makes the design different. But it's such a fun one
Well,
to do.
you get that kind of outer square like that, but that's
Yeah.
just pinwheel placement, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Would be make it. I mean, I don't know whether it's because it's baby, but it would make a nice baby quilt, wouldn't it?
It would be a lovely fab quilt for little people, or even just a picnic rug. I know we keep going on about picnic rugs, but you know,
I know, I'm a bit
that good
obsessed with
weather
them.
is coming.
Yeah,
guys.
one day. And I always think it looks more impressive when you go out to the park and go, oh,
Look what I've got.
yes, oh
Yeah.
gosh, I've had this for years.
Without-
And it's
yeah,
just
we've
hot
got-
out from under your machine. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just something I've had for
Just tea
years.
stain it a bit.
I know, but it does look cool, doesn't
Or,
it?
yeah.
I like the town village circle. That's lovely,
yeah, it's a little
isn't it?
bit different, isn't it? Because you've got those curved lines coming in as well as your. It almost looks like bunting around
But
the
it
edge.
isn't
so I think,
curved, is it?
no,
That's clever.
I think it would make a really lovely table.
That's
piece
Tula
for-
pink, isn't it? I recognise those seashells.
Yeah, but isn't it a bit of cave on the edge as well?
Yes,
'Cause
yes,
that's
probably.
coleus.
But I know that
Yeah.
those seashells are Tula.
Yes,
In fact, they
yeah.
normally say.
They usually reference, don't they?
Where the fabric, I know that
Yeah.
those seashells are,
But it's
are
yeah,
too,
it's
as
just
are those
a fun one.
waves.
And you've got your templates for the
But that's
triangles
cave.
in there. But I think that looks very party-fied to me.
Yeah, it's
I
lovely,
think it'd
isn't
be a
it?
really
Really
nice
like
table
that one.
centre.
And it does
Yeah.
say prick the brightest scraps.
It is really
like that
cool.
one.
Like that.
But you see, you can use any of these and just make them bigger, couldn't you?
Absolutely, you can.
Touch of the past.
Now this is a really,
I'm gonna find
really
the big-
clever one. How this is put
That is
together.
very clever, isn't it?
It looks like it's
It
going
looks
to be
really hard.
really impossible, but actually, if you read the instructions, break it down, and just follow it step by step. Don't try and be clever. It comes together really nicely.
Oh, right. Well, when we go through,
Yeah.
we'll do that one first, shall we?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you made one of those.
I
I
love
like
those.
that. It's almost, it's a bit attic window, isn't it?
It
Sort
is
of stained
very
glass.
old school, I think. I would love to do this with pieces of old shirts and as an heirloom piece. You know, this is what you used to wear when you were this old.
Oh,
and
that
this
would
is,
be
yeah,
nice, wouldn't
It'd be
it?
really cool.
But it would work really well with shirts.
Yeah, it would.
I like that one.
Yeah.
Charm sampler. Oh, that's bigger, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a big quilt. Yeah, 59 by 71. And you can see you've got 6 different blocks in this put together, and you've got this. To me, this looked like they've put it on a single bed. And I looked at it and I just thought of children's games. It just seemed like you should
Yeah,
be
but it's like
playing
some, but
some form of
interestingly, in
game.
these super bright fabrics, it's
Yeah.
very modern, isn't
Yes,
it? But if you used, something
used-
like this fabric,
Yeah, I used the one. What's it
this
called?
one is
Bear with me. I used
Riley Blake's Petals and Pedals.
Yeah, that's what I used.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. And I did my O's in the red.
Okay.
Dog
Have we got
tooth,
bicycles?
and I did the check as my X's.
That's weird because of all of those,
Yeah.
that's the one I'd have chosen.
How fun is that?
So in this chart, in this one, you've got, it's got words.
Yeah.
Pedal you away all around the town. Pause to enjoy the view. But you've got florals, you've got, it's very red and green. Got black baskets. I like the bicycles all over it. I think this would work really well.
I think it would be brilliant for that one. Yes. Yeah, the colour tones in this are warm
Yes.
tones.
You've got
Yeah, I used it to do the
Petals and
previous one as well,
Petals.
Touch of the Past, and it worked really well for that.
So this is $49.99. And so how many would one of these be enough to make that? What does it say? Just a little look. One moment.
Yes, you only need 125 5-inch squares,
Okay.
but you'll need to add, with all of them, you'll need to add your solid. or your
Okay, so 2.5
background.
yards of grey and
Yeah.
3/4 yard of light grey,
Yeah.
or white or whatever you want.
Yes,
So for your
yeah.
background, you will need to add some other.
Absolutely.
But for this is lovely, isn't it? I mean, because you've
Yeah.
got this is just really bright. Or if you wanted to keep it like really monotone, this is lovely.
It would look amazing in the blues, yeah.
This
and the mustard's in there as well.
this
isn't it?
Moda one, it looks like it's tie-dye.
Yeah, it does.
Tie-dyes.
Also looks a bit like kimono fabric. I'm sure I had a kimono like that.
But you've got blues and it's all like tie-dye fabrics. So, but it going all the way through to darker. But then it goes into these lovely sandy colours.
That would look really nice, wouldn't it?
It's gorgeous, isn't it? But it is all that tie-dyed effect. And then you've got the paler colours there. So if you wanted to go, you know, just, well, there's
See,
only 3
that
colours
would work
there.
really well to do your bars, and then you could choose your accents, doing your X's.
Well, yeah,
and
you could
O's.
use a different colour for each
Yeah.
one. So depending on what you choose is the look of these things. It looks very modern in these, but you could make it look like an old, like a traditional sampler. So in the Christopher Wilson Tate one, which I love, the Moda Regency Blues, it would look beautiful in that one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think it would matter
Oh, this
what
one's
you
brand new.
picked for these quilts. They would work.
Yes, they
It
would.
just be
Because
stunning.
this one is full of mustards
Yeah.
and sands and
This
blues.
is very, very Regency. Very.
Yeah,
I mean,
so if you like the
if
blue
you like
and
your
mustard,
Jane Austeds and your Thomas
Yeah.
Hardys,
yeah,
which I do.
me too. This is gorgeous. Well, we'll go through in a minute because Susie has used these chart packs to make some of these, so we'll just have a look at them properly.
the book is £8.99. So, yeah, and then so that's all 8 of them. Then we've got lots of quilting basics in there. There's people buy multiples because they missed out before. There's the foundation piecing in here as well. Oh, maybe we've got some curved piecing. We've got templates. So much there's just so much in here.
There is.
You know, and if you want to make them bigger, this is the best thing, is it tells you how much you need. But, you know, if you love this one, but you want it to bigger, you just add more blocks. Don't sit with this one in your basket. Last time we've had it in, it has sold out twice. And we've got a few back in. There's a lot of you within baskets. If you sit with it in your basket, you'll miss out. So should we go through the ones that you've sampled, then we can talk about the fabrics that you've used?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Suzie very kindly has made all of these quilts.
Not the entire quilt.
Not the entire quilt, but she's made one of all of the blocks, which we're quite impressed with.
I have.
Which will be, it's great because then you can really see how they work and we can talk about the
Exactly.
fabrics.
Well,
'cause
that's
we've
what
given
I
you a
thought.
nice choice
You have, yeah.
of my little my
And then
charm
at
pack
some
top.
point, should we go? I can go through what you can get from a layer cake, a 10-inch
Yes.
square as well.
Yes, that would be
So-
fab.
Which one do you want to start with? Did you say?
Well, should we just start at the beginning, actually?
Yeah.
Let's just start at the beginning,
Okay.
otherwise I'll get confused. I was going to start with that.
Okay, so crisscross throw.
I'm going to put all of my...
So you use your background fabric to create that the crisscross diagonal sashing, really.
Yes.
And the trick with this one is to, when you're splitting your fabrics, to keep them together because you want them either side of the strip. if
So
that
you
makes
cut your
sense.
thing in your blocks into 5
Yeah.
inches,
Yeah.
and then...
So yeah, you're just following it, but you're cutting them diagonally. So let me grab my
So which
ruler. So this
which
is
charm pack?
I used this one. This is the Moda Ladybird.
Right. Which is this one. $47.99. You've got some lovely fabrics in there. I like that blue one.
Yeah, it's a denim blue, I would say. But you've also got teals in there. You've got peach. You've got mustard. You've got white. And you've got a
No.
mix of designs. You've got a bit of floral. Is it not? Have you not got that one?
I have, but I haven't got it open.
Would you like my spare bits to show?
No, we'll use your spare bits, that's fine.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do you want to look at those?
Just to say, I don't want to
Yeah.
open a new one. That's what you get. I've had it all laid out nice.
Yeah,
and I'm in the
then
way.
I walk in the room and it all goes pear-shaped.
Right, but then we can see the colours. So I like that mustardy swirl.
Yes.
So you've got mustards. That was the one you used in the blue with the little songbirds.
Yes.
It's a bit
yeah.
Liberty, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
And then you've got, so this is the colour palette, I guess, is mustard, blue. These pretty, it's just floral, isn't it?
Well, some of it's floral, and then you've got the this sort of seashell almost design.
Yeah.
And then you've got splatters, so you can pick out colours.
So these are all the colours you get. So the colours are very floral, but not all the prints. I love the bird
But
one.
really vibrant. I mean, fabulous summer colours, aren't
Yes,
they?
yeah, absolutely gorgeous. And I like these swirls, the go-withs. We did a fabric collection. Who was it? Was it Jason Yenter's fabric collection? Yes. And when he was introducing his collection, he goes, and these are the go-withs. So he has like
Excellent.
all of his main ones,
Yeah.
and then these small prints are called the go. I'd never heard that
Go-withs.
expression.
Yeah,
Love
no.
that. So this is the go-with.
Yeah.
There's only 25 of this charm pack left, though.
I just love these.
Like
They're
this green.
multi-directional as well,
Oh, nice.
which is really important.
Very handy when when you're doing things like this. But the green is lovely, isn't it?
It is really fresh. I love that. Is my favourite print.
Is it, of all of them?
Absolutely love that print. I don't know why, but I just really love that.
It's just so useful because, like you say, it's very multi-directional,
It
isn't
is,
it? You
but
couldn't-
there's a lot of interest there. So
Yeah.
even if you use it as a blender, you know, it's still got interest
Yeah.
going on. It's not just flat.
It's got a bit of 3D appeal.
Yeah. And
then
yet
there
two
is
of
in
them.
blue.
Yeah, I think in blue it's just stunning.
I think my favourite is the birds because I think
Yeah, you see,
they.
I do like the birds.
I like the sort of monotone.
Yeah, I like the silhouette
Yeah.
type
That's
fabrics.
lovely, isn't it?
But yeah, that is very
I don't know what the
pretty.
birds are.
Well, it looks like one of them is a wren, but
I'm not very good at birds, to be honest.
they look
Don't think
sort
it's budgies.
chaffinch, wren, that sort of thing, aren't they?
So that's that.
Right.
But obviously you can use any charm pack for any of them. But
Absolutely.
this is one. So
I just
you
selected
get
it.
you
So
cut
you-
it into 5-inch squares.
So no, you don't. You cut it in half diagonally.
Oh, sorry, no, you cut your
Yeah.
layer cake into 5-inch squares.
Yes, I've cut my layer cake into 5-inch squares.
Then
And then you cut a square in half diagonally. Then you're going to finger press, or you can press it.
using that steamroller thing,
The
the
magic
clover roll and
seam,
press.
or the magic seam. You got these? Have you got these before I bring it out?
No,
No.
but you can show it.
All right.
We
you
have the
need to
clover roll and
I
press.
think you're going to be getting these because I use these on every show. So the magic seam wand to just press if you don't want to finger press.
Oh, so is that like using the roll and press?
Yeah, but do you know what you can do with this? You can put it on your iron, heat it up
No.
so it gets warm. So that when you press, you get a really crisp mark.
And is that better than ironing it then?
Absolutely, because you're not ironing a complete crease, you're just ironing the bit you need. Because all I'm doing is marking the centre. That's
And
all
also
I
you
want.
can iron on your cutting mat then.
Absolutely.
Coming soon to a TV channel near you.
Yes.
This one.
I'll just empty my boot.
Yeah. We'll be having a car boot sale later. If you just pop around.
Yeah. Susie's car boot will be.
We've got a few of these left over.
So,
you can have.
and you, with the sashing pieces that you cut from your background fabric, whichever you choose, I chose cream just so that you could see it clearly. You're going to mark the centre of that as well. And then you put the right sides together and you do your 1/4-inch seam.
So this is kind of all the background, because there's
It
a lot
is.
of these have background fabric, but that's fine because that's the inexpensive fabric, isn't
Well,
it?
most of us have got some form of plain knocking
Yeah.
around, haven't we?
So for this one, you need 1 1/4 yards of white solid.
But it doesn't have to be white if you choose.
No, it could
to
be
do
any.
it.
No,
Yeah.
that's true
If
actually.
your favourite colours, you know, one of the colours in the set, then use that. I didn't press at this point, but what you're then going to do is take the other half and put it right sides together. You can, of course, pin them. You don't.
Is
have
this?
to
Are
wing
they
it.
all? Would you say they're all beginner friendly?
I would say,
Actually, it has got a skill level on it, hasn't
yeah,
it?
they
This is
do
confident
mark
beginner.
it. Yeah, I think this is confident beginner because you do seam match, and they.
Okay.
The minute you start seam matching, pattern writers tend to think that you have to know what you're doing, but I think if you just take your time, anybody can do them. The thing to do is to make sure you've got accurate 1/4-inch seams, and you take your time. Press neatly, that's the biggest thing half the time. Because very often if something's not quite right or the seam doesn't lay flat properly, if you just give it a really nice press,
Yeah, it does
it
amazing
works.
things, doesn't it?
So you can see how quickly it goes together.
So you can chain piece.
You could
big
easily
time.
chain piece. What you've got to watch though is you keep your pairs.
Yes, yeah.
Because otherwise you're going to get oddballs. So when you press these, they get pressed towards the outer ones, the triangles basically. Well,
Okay.
I have anyway. So there you go.
I need to just move over a bit. You're kind
Yeah,
of
I
under
will.
the-
There you
under
go.
the words.
There we are. And then you're going to pair them up, and you pair them up so that they
They
make
look like
a
Y
cross.
fronts now.
Yeah. I love working with you. It's just such fun. So yeah, you just put them together, and you can see how the seams all nest nicely.
And then that kind of doing
Stitch
that
those.
helps the beginner bit, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So you're going to stitch those together, and then you stitch the 4, and you carry on. So where in the pictures it looks as if you're making them off skew. You're not
Yes.
actually. You're making them straight, but you're doing the whole row does a zigzag.
Okay.
And then the next row does the opposing zigzag.
So if you do them in fours,
yes.
then
Well, you can do it in fours, you can do it in rows.
Yeah.
It's up to you how you work it. But whatever you do in one row, you do the opposite in the next
So
row.
I guess if you did it in fours, the fours would all be the same.
Absolutely.
Because then you'd always be opposite.
But it's great because you can mix and match. And if you want to, play around with it. Just do them as V's. If you
Oh
wanted
yeah, that's
to.
true.
So
but it's very
great
easy
fun.
to make this bigger if you wanted
Absolutely.
to. So if you
Yeah.
had a layer cake and maybe you put some other fabrics in as well, you could
Yeah.
make this even bigger.
But equally, if you wanted to make placemats, X marks the
Yes.
spot.
It's a really
You could
nice
just
though,
do
isn't
four like this, do a border around it
Yeah.
with some more of your charm pack or layer cake, and then you've got a
I mean, it's amazing,
something.
$8.99.
It's
You
brilliant.
know, that's,
Yeah,
you kind of think that's one pattern, isn't it?
yeah, exactly.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so that we like that
Fish tails then.
one. Fish tails. So that one I use the
Which one did you use for that one?
Moda, this one, the Regency Somerset Blues, Christopher Wilson.
Oh, I
Tate.
love this. So this is by Christopher Wilson Tate, who I'm quite keen on.
Does he
well,
know?
not personally. No, he's a very nice guy, actually. And this is the first time we've had it. Now, Christopher collects vintage quilts. And
You can tell.
you can tell. And from that, he used to collect and sell vintage quilts. And he has created his fabric ranges based on that. And they're gorgeous, aren't they?
They are beautiful.
Beautiful.
Stunning, really.
So you've got tones of like deep indigo, all quite floral. All these indigos. Then you move into. I mean, it is. Can I open this one?
Do you want mine
So-
again? Do you want mine?
No, I'll open this one. Did I keep it if I open it? No, that's a shame, isn't it? I think it's really mean. Nobody loves them as much as I do.
I do. Believe me.
Yeah. So you've got all of these deep indigos, but they're very they feel like the William Morris traditional
Yeah.
feel, but I guess because they come
Stately
from
home.
stately home fabrics.
They're definitely.
Bit Sanderson actually, aren't
Yeah.
they? Look, that's
National Trust and English Heritage. I
Yes.
always say.
and then you've got the same,
Yeah.
but in this lovely, like a very rich cream background. Same prints. Oh,
Yeah,
this is
antique cream.
nice.
But I love the fact that you've got a mix of florals. You've got dots.
Yeah, I mean, as a go with,
Absolutely.
favourite word.
Get you. Yeah.
that's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
Multi-directional.
Yeah, we love
really
a
cool.
multi-directional.
Really good for EPP, some of these. I mean, that would be
Yes.
fab to fussy cut for
Oh,
EPP.
it would, wouldn't it?
Or cover buttons.
Yes.
You know, you could do a really good
Well, and
fussy
you might have a
cut.
little bit left that you could do that with. Then you've got the same fabrics, but with this sort of creamier than that one.
It's like
background.
antique cream, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not quite clotted cream.
Clotted cream.
It's-
Antique cream.
It's
So
an
that's
antique cream.
$47.99. Brand new in today. And then we've got the beige ones. And then I like this, the mustard.
See, I'd say biscuit rather than
biscuit,
beige.
sorry. Biscuit. I don't like the word beige.
No, that's a
Beige makes me think of beige food.
yeah, bland and
tights.
nothing, isn't it? But that's definitely biscuit.
Yes,
Yeah.
malted milk.
Oh, I love
Or a
malted
custard
milk.
cream.
Oh no, I don't like custard cream.
Oh, I do. I love a custard.
I
Like
like-
any biscuits. I've never found a biscuit I don't like.
Oh, I have anything with chocolate on it.
Really? Well, that might be my favourite. And then we go into this lovely, it's not just mustard, it's English mustard.
Yeah.
No, it's more Dijon actually, probably French mustard. But look, the same ones. What a beautiful
It's a
fabric
really
collection.
rich mustard.
Yeah,
tone,
it is.
isn't it? Very rich.
Brand new in
Love it.
today. We got it today. What did you do with it, Susie?
Well,
what
I
did
made.
Susie do?
What did Susie do? Susie copied Fishtail's throw blocks. So it makes a block A
Oh, and this is the one we like.
and a block B. So this, and then they come together side by side.
This is the
and
super
you carry
clever
it
one.
on.
That's so clever.
Looks really cool, doesn't it?
Oh, it is nice with the white.
Yeah. So you use 135 5-inch squares for this.
We've got enough there. Got enough.
Yeah, you just got enough there. But also it said you needed a 1/4 yard of red because that's the cornerstones in your block B. So all I did was use another one of my layer cake 10-inch squares, because they're only 1.5 inch square pieces you're cutting, so you can get a lot of those from a 10-inch square.
Okay, so you only would use one pack then?
Yeah, which is perfect.
And then you
isn't it?
need some background fabric.
You need your background fabric, and again you choose that to coordinate how you want. If you don't want it to stand out, then you use a,
Yes, I see what you mean.
I've gone again for the ivory colour, purely to showcase the fabrics more.
Yeah, I mean that does really stand out, doesn't it?
Yeah, I love that. But as before with the other one, you're going to choose your pieces that you want, and you cut them into 5-inch squares. That's your first stage.
So how many layers do you cut together?
I tend to do no more than 4 because I don't like my fabric to move, and then I'm going to get an accurate cut.
It does distort a bit, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
When you get overexcited.
But what you can do is, rather than do 5-inch squares, you can be a little bit savvy on this one, because what you're actually cutting is 4.5-inch squares and 3.5-inch squares.
Right.
Because you use your 4.5-inch to make up your 4 here.
Okay.
And your 3.5-inch here, and then offcuts here.
Yeah, so cutting them into the 5-inch squares and then cutting them smaller
is a bit pointless.
Yeah, that's
so why don't you just cut them
into 3.5 to start with?
Yeah.
Read the instructions before you start.
Well, I just read it through and thought, well, actually, if I just cut 4.5 inches there, then that'll do that bit and that'll do that bit.
So read it through
ahead. Yeah, but it does say that in the book. Read the whole thing first.
I know,
but
we
that's what
don't.
you should always do.
It's like they say pre-wash, don't they?
I do. I'm good. So if I just quickly show you this bit, I won't sew it because we haven't got oodles of time left. But if you imagine these being pieced together as they were, then you put on your sashing pieces, and the sashing pieces, you go top, bottom. Obviously it doesn't look like it meets, but that's because of my seam allowance. And then you've got side and side. And then with your leftover pieces, you just randomly or deliberately, depending on how you want to do it, put 2 of these, stitch them on the short sides end to end. And then with the side pieces on one end, either end, you stick a cornerstone.
Oh, okay.
So that
So you could use the same fabrics.
You can.
In the inside and the outside.
Yeah, I've just moved
random.
them round, or you can just throw them all up in the air and just pick them up and get very cross with yourself because you made a mess. But I just did a random piece. Well, it wasn't random actually, it was organised. But then you stitch those cornerstones in. Once you've done your top and bottom, those will come together to be the right size, obviously. And then when you put your sides on with the cornerstones in, it makes those the right size.
Oh, and that's the one you've made.
Yeah, and so then you'll get this.
Now you get that.
And then all you do is stitch them in rows, alternate A and Bs.
Oh, okay. So some of them have got the border around them, and some have got a smaller border with the bits around them.
It means that overall you get that effect of big square, little square, big square, little square,
it's really
which gives you that illusion. It's very clever.
And then it has borders round it. And
yeah, you can add in your own border, so you could pick out one of these colours to do border.
I quite like the fact they've got that pieced border.
Well, that's what I was going to say. If you've got lots of leftovers, use up your leftovers, because you're going to have leftovers from a layer cake.
Particularly if you cut them better.
Yeah.
But I like the I like that. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, I just, as a nice quilt design, and the reason I think this one's an intermediate, confident beginner, is because obviously your pattern, you're seam matching all of your square blocks when you bring those together, and you need to make sure that when you're piecing block B, your cornerstone seam lines up with the edge here as well.
Okay.
So my tip there is, when you're pinning it, find the middle and pin the middle and line up one cornerstone and then look, and if necessary, shuffle the seam over.
Okay.
To allow, but remember when you're shuffling the seam that the cornerstone has to still meet this edge.
Yes.
So you make your adjustment on your seam allowance here, not on the edge here.
Yeah, so that everything does
Yes,
match up.
but that way you'll get them all aligned. It's just where you've pressed
So
them,
you've got enough
etc.
fabric in the layer cake to make
Yep.
the whole thing, but then you just need some extra plain fabric as well.
Yeah,
So that's not bad, $47.99,
No.
is it?
Yeah, I think it's very good.
Third of the book is gone.
Yeah.
Gone. But you remember, the book is completely all designed for 5-inch squares, but as we have said earlier, you get much better value of money by the 10-inch squares, and then you just cut them into 5-inch squares.
Yeah, well, you can cut them into a multitude
Or,
of shapes,
if it's
which
this
we will
quilt,
go
cut them
through.
into smaller squares, and you get,
Yeah.
so for $47.99, you've got enough fabric in a layer cake to make the whole of that quilt. Don't forget to check out on the book, though. There's loads of you with the baskets, and if anything like last time, lots of you didn't check out and missed out because it's sold out. So please do check out. $8.99, and you've got 8 projects. What's the next project?
So the next one that I didn't do the applique ones on this occasion. I did Touch of the Past, which is on page 32.
Okay.
Again, I think this is a seriously clever design. Very clever the way this is constructed. Not one that I would recommend you chain piece across the whole thing. You do block by block, I would say. Because you can see why, because you're subcutting.
Which one are you doing?
Page 32, Touch of the Past.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you did that with Petals and Pedals.
I did.
Which
I
I
did indeed.
have here. Oh, that was the one I showed you earlier, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you need to arrange, you want stacks of 4.
I like this one.
And
This might be my
if you're doing the
favourite
whole
one.
quilt, you need 15. I think it's really fun, this one. And there,
It's
so
quite clever,
you
isn't it?
cut your layer cake into 5-inch squares, and then you're going to start chopping into it. You need your background sashing here. So you cut those according to the instructions as well. And then we start piecing, which is where all the fun starts.
Yeah, so you need 1 3/4 yards of the cream.
Yeah.
There is extra fabric for the borders and stuff, but that's
So
the
if
one
I
that you
just
need
show you
for
how you're going to cut one,
that. Yeah, it's clever
then
though, isn't it?
we can see how you
It's
piece
nice
it together.
It looks like
So-
that's appliqued on top, doesn't it?
Right, where's my short ruler gone? There it is, under me. So you start by cutting each square into 2 1.5 by 3.5 inch panels. So on your Creative Grids ruler, remember you've got 1.5, you've got your half measurements on one end, and in black, and in white are your whole. So I can use my 1.5 by 3.5. So I'm going to cut straight across at 1.5. Move that over, but don't disturb it too much.
Right.
And then cut this to 3.5 inches, because it says 1.5 by 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's that one. And then I want to cut another 1.5 by 3.5 piece. And I want to end up with so this is now at 3.5 inches that way. And I want a 3.5 inch square to remain.
And is every piece cut in exactly the same way?
Yes.
Oh, so once you've done one, then it's quite easy
Yeah.
to remember
And then you
to
can
do the others.
You can start to see how
Yeah, that's really clever.
how
isn't
it then falls into place here. So that 3.5 would be there.
Yeah, yeah.
That's going to go there. That's going to go there. That's going to go there.
Ah.
But what you do is you stitch your 4 piece together first and put your side pieces on.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm looking at that thinking, oh, so you do need
How
to
do
block
you do it? Yeah.
But
and
you
then you
don't.
piece these 2
Mm.
and you put those on. Then you put your main sash,
Yeah.
and then this ones are pieced ones using your squares, sashing, another one of the coloured sashing and the corner. So
Yeah.
that's why I said you can't do too many at once, because you're going to get enough
Yeah, I see
muddle,
what
because
you
you
mean.
need it to continue the colourway
Yeah, so
across
you need
the
to kind of work
sashing.
on one block at a
Yeah.
time, though.
Yeah,
But it's
they come
very
together
effective,
really
though, isn't it?
quickly.
Love it.
Really quickly.
So let's have a look at the charm
really
pack.
cool. Yeah, love these.
It's a beautiful mix, though, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got lovely rich colour tones.
You've got these lovely, the poppies and...
Yeah, I
maybe
think
chrysanthemums.
I imagine it being a bike ride in the countryside.
Okay, so there's the basket
Yeah,
with the
that's
flowers
the basket
in.
with your
And then we've got the
flowers.
lovely bicycles. There's all the pedals on the lovely, and then pedals to the petals. Life is a gift. Enjoy the ride. Take flowers to your family. Pause to enjoy the view. Pedal along the avenues and lanes. Always like a bit of text. Suzie and I are saying both like that.
Yeah.
Nice geometric. So you've got a really nice mixture of text, floral,
Yeah,
geometric.
absolutely.
And then you've got the same floral, so we've got the same colourways with this
Yes.
black background.
Yeah, they appear in I think it's 4 different colours. You've
Okay.
got the white, the black.
Pedals again, black text. So this actually would work ideally in that colour,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
look lovely. Well, to be fair, it would work in the first one we looked at as well, where you've got the multicolours.
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
because you're framing things.
Exactly.
And then again, we've got more text, so this is it in the sort of the deep red colourway.
I love the wheel print. I think that's
I know,
really
the
cool.
wheel's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, looks. You could almost look at it as segments of an orange
Yeah.
as well.
But yes, it's really multi-use, that one.
Yeah.
And then we've got the same, so we've got it in the lovely grey print here. So this is $49.99. Not bad. Look
Love
at that. I
That's
mean, when you think
beautiful.
you are getting 42 10-inch squares, which is 168 5-inch squares,
It is.
which is plenty, more than
It's
enough.
phenom.
You need to make
Yeah.
this quilt, and then you've got it all in the green colourway as well. And actually, all of the background fabrics that these quilts use are quite plain, sort of white, ivory, black.
Yes.
You know, and those are
Greys.
$3.79 half a
Yeah.
metre, so not bad at all. I mean, when you think all you've got to do is choose which of the charm packs you like the most, and then one of the books in the quilt will suit them.
Yeah.
Lovely. You know, that ends up making, $49.99, a bit of extra fabric for sort of under £70. You've got a beautiful quilt,
Yeah.
including the
exactly.
book, and the book you get to keep.
Yeah. And you'll have leftovers to make matching cushions
Yes.
and stuff, which is really cool.
Did you do any others? Or was that
I
it?
did.
Oh,
I
you did
did.
very well. She was very busy.
I was very busy last
You were very,
week.
very busy.
Yeah, I was. So I did the O and the X
Oh, the Fab Sampler quilt.
from the sample quilt.
And you used this fabric
Yeah.
collection?
I did, yeah.
Yes, because I recognise that.
Yeah.
Checked
And
one.
these are brilliant. So the thing with these two particularly, the reason I only did these two is because they both use the same methodology to
Right.
create them. So you're taking a 5-inch square that you cut from your layer cake, and you are what we call snowballing the corners.
Okay.
So all you're doing for that, I'll show you. You've got my layer cake over there, haven't you?
Oh, sorry, yes. I did put it back
Oh
in
no, I've
order.
got it. I've got it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I've
did
got
put it back
Here
in
we go.
order.
I was going to say because I know I cut one.
Oh.
So if I show you, let's do a bicycle. Why don't we? So you've got your 5-inch square, and you'll need 2 of your background fabric squares, and they're cut to 2.5 inches. And then this is where I use my Creative Grids Add a Quarter ruler. So on this occasion, what you want to do is just draw your diagonal. You're not adding the quarter this time, but this, I love this ruler because it's long and being transparent or semi-transparent.
$15.99. Fantastic.
And
price.
it's got that non-slip. When you're drawing a diagonal, it's not going anywhere, and I can
Yeah.
see the diagonal neatly. So you need to mark your diagonals, and I'm using a heat diffusible pen because we are going to press this. And the trick with this is to put it on the right corners if you've got a directional print, but happily the bicycles are unidirectional.
Yes.
So we haven't got to worry. But what you do want
print
is them to be on opposite corners. So you can use a fabric glue stick, you know, like the Soline one here, to hold that in place if you want
those
to.
in on the previous hour.
Or you can pin, or clip. It's entirely up to you. But what you want to do is to make sure your diagonals are going across the corner.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So we're going to pin those, and then you're just going to stitch. So you don't want a 1/4 inch foot for this, you want just a normal foot, which I buried in here, because your 1/4 inch foot won't go across a diagonal. Normal stitch length, and away you go.
Susie's using the 570A sewing machine today. Came back in stock last week, ran out of them, came back in stock. If you're on the market for a new machine, the 570A is fab.
It is. This is one of the ones I have at home.
I like the way you say one of the ones. Susie has many machines, and that is just one of them. The 570A is a really good mid-range sewing machine, isn't it?
It is really good. Then you're going to cut off that excess. So you find your 1/4. Now you could use your add a 1/4 ruler if you wanted to. You line up that mid-line and then you cut across. But I tend to use my Creative Grids 12.5 by 6.5 for this. And the reason for that is I've got hand room holding down on the ruler as well, and Creative Grids are very clever the way they mark their 1/4 inch on the edge being within that non-slip area, so you get rid of those. Now if you're really frugal like me, you keep these, you stitch them together and then you've got mini half square triangles, and you can make mini projects with them. But you know, not everybody would do that.
No, I definitely wouldn't.
Or you put it in a bag and use it as stuffing for a project. The next pillow or iPad case cover. And then these get pressed away from the main fabric.
The Moda Regency that I showed you a bit, we've got last few chances. Brand new today, and it is so popular, and last few chances of it. So if you want the Moda Regency Somerset Blues, absolutely beautiful.
It is.
But we are very limited in stock now. Last few chances for it.
So that's what you do for the O and the X, but the difference comes in how you place them together. So for the O's, you have your cornerstones on the outside. For the X's, you have them on the inside.
That's magic, isn't it? I think it would look really nice in the Moda Make Time one, because it feels very samplery to me.
Yes.
And the Moda Make Time one, I love this
I didn't
pack.
get sent that one.
Oh, that's a shame.
It was.
See you later, sorry. It features all sewing themed fabric. So we've got pins, and then they come in different colourways. So we've got pins, we've got like a cross stitch fabric, we have scissors, we've got little spots, we've got a grid, there's a gingham, beautiful gingham, I like that one as well. And it comes in shades of cream, pink, then you've got a really nice bit of a grey, but like a biscuit grey, not a normal grey, peach, and then a really strong, really vibrant coral. Isn't that lovely with the pink, with the pins? And blue. And you've got a lovely as well, a really nice diagonal stripe. You don't see fabric with diagonal stripes. So this is a lovely fabric collection, would look nice in that one.
I definitely want to make that for my workroom.
Do you?
Because I always have a quilt in my workroom to keep me warm.
Well, because it looks like a sampler one, and in this charm
and with
pack,
the pins and everything.
And I think you've probably got enough, haven't
and
you?
And then those tiny little bits that I cut off, I could then make myself.
Oh, you can make yourself loads of things.
I can make my little caddies and my pin cushions.
Fab.
And
then one that we haven't, the final one we haven't done is Sonnet and Dusk. I've actually got this one. Sonnet and Dusk. This again is another Riley Blake one.
Yes, now that I used for a quilt recently.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Like the spot.
I love that because you've got a big spot, little spot, but they're not perfect circles.
No, they're more
literally splodge.
splodge. Yeah. But the fabric, the colours in this, really lovely charcoaly grey, olive greens. There's the splodge again. And a bit of a floral.
These are very antique-y colours.
Yes, they are. I love that. I mean, again, we've got that mustard comes out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Nice stripe.
Yeah.
Nice wide stripe. This is $49.99.
It's almost
very sort of antique-y. Look at that,
isn't it? Yeah. I love the teal that comes through on these as well. There's a nod of teal in there. And the moss.
Remember, in here you've got 168 5-inch squares.
Crazy.
We can make a whole quilt. So any of the quilts in this book, oh, I like that one. Any of the quilts, I love the two stripes. Any of the quilts in this book, you can make using one of these charm packs. You just got to decide whether you want to sort of go blues or there's the Make Time one that's the sewing things. There's the lovely Moda, the Ladybird ones, beautiful spring colours. Loads of, this is, oh yeah, and then remember the pool cues and the dice we had earlier?
Yeah.
We had to show that one early. So we've got the Sonic Dusk. Remember, I'm just going to run through them quickly so you don't, if you need to choose. The Sonic Dusk, which is the one I've just showed you. We've got the Moda Ladybird. That's the one that has all these beautiful blues and greens and corals. The Moda Make Time that I've just showed you, which is all the pins and the sewing theme prints and those lovely colours. The last few chances of the Christopher Wilson Tate Somerset. I mean, that is beautiful. Shades of linen, mustard and blues. And then Pedals and Petals, this gorgeous bright one with lots of greens and greys and bright reds. Beautiful. And then finally, the one that's like tie-dye, the Toki one. Tie-dyed shades of grey and mustard and blue. Beautiful. Now, if you want to find them on the website, go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, and then scroll down. Everything, oh, the huggers have sold out. Everything that we've talked about today is on there. You just scroll all the way through. So if there's any that you've forgotten or you can't remember which one, I can't decide which one, there's the book. There's a few of them left. But remember, there's a lot of you who've got that in baskets. This is the third time we've had it on air because the last 2 times it's sold out. So if you want it for $8.99, it's fantastic value for money. $8.99 for 8 quilts. Now, so today we have got Yarn Lane coming up in a few minutes' time. But you don't need to go onto the Yarn Lane website. Just to make it easy, because I know a lot of you are getting confused, you can stay on the Sewing Street website. Same login details, same account, same everything as before, but you don't have to change websites because I know it got really confusing. So we have put all of the Yarn Lane products that are coming up in a little bit onto the Sewing Street website. And you do exactly the same thing. Click on Watch Live, scroll down, and it is all down there. Now, if you're not going to stay with us for Yarn Lane, tomorrow on Sewing Street we have, I was going to say who's presenting, it's me. I just remembered. Yeah. 8 o'clock, Fabulous Fabric. 9 o'clock, we've got the lovely Kerry from Living in Loveliness who's going to be demonstrating a cosmetic and bag and cushion. At 10 o'clock, it's all about the sewing room tool. At 11 o'clock, it's Kerry is back with the Summer Breeze quilt. And at 12 o'clock, it's sewing machines, which is quite exciting because we've got a fantastic sewing machine on that one that I love. So that is Sewing Street tomorrow. However, thank you very much, Suzie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lovely to work with you today.
Yes, and I really enjoyed it. It's fun.
It's been great. Taught me loads. No, you don't need to go anywhere today. Well, you can go make a cup of tea, but Yarn Lane is on in just a moment with the fantastic Helen Ingram from Woolly Chic, who's got some brand new designs with us. Look at this one. That'll be coming up in just a moment. All about the knitting, all about the crochet. Don't go anywhere. I look forward to seeing you. We'll just move everything back and it will be Yarn Lane in a couple of minutes' time with the lovely Helen. I'll see you in a little bit.